All right, good morning. Welcome to City Hall. It is now 9:05. We are going to begin the meeting. Today is a special meeting, Wednesday, October 27th. City Clerk, are we on CMAC? Are we on Zoom? Are we on YouTube today?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you for that. Would you please call the roll?
Councilmember Soria? Here. Councilmember Carbasi?
Present.
Councilmember Arias?
Presente.
Councilmember Maxwell?
Present.
Councilmember Bredefeld?
Here.
Council Vice President Esparza?
Present.
And Council President Chavez.
Here. All right, City Clerk, any changes to the special meeting agenda?
We do not have any changes to the agenda.
All right, do I have a motion to approve the agenda?
Second.
All right, motion made, second. Any opposition? Seeing none, motion carries. All right, just for the benefit of the public, let me just kind of go over a little bit of an overview of what the process will look like today. I'm going to take public comment on all the appeals at one time on the front end, going for about an hour, maybe an hour and a half, depending on how many cards we get. Each speaker will get 2 minutes to comment with no more than the hour and a half public comment total. And there is no unscheduled communication for a special meeting, so remarks must be relevant to the appeals and the cannabis process. So when each appeal is called, the applicant will be permitted up to 10 minutes to speak. Council members may also ask questions, follow-ups, or call an individual back up. And each appeal will require a motion, a second, and a majority vote to approve the permit. A tie, no action, or negative vote will deny the permit. So we're going to go ahead and start with the administration. I think, City Manager, you're going to have your staff do a quick presentation, and then what we'll do is we'll have the City Attorney do one as well for the benefit of the public, and then we'll kick it off.
Correct. Yes, we will have Jennifer Reese, our Program Manager for Cannabis, to give an overview of how we got here.
Good morning, council members. I'm Jennifer Reese. I'm the project manager for cannabis in the city manager's office. I'm going to do a very brief presentation on the application and evaluation process, starting off with the application process overview. The application procedures and requirements were posted to the city's website on October 19th, 2020. We held an application orientation meeting on October 20th and 21st, 2020. The slide says 2021. That was an error. It was 2020. That was over Zoom and included a question and answer period, and went over line by line the details of the application requirements and procedures and a demonstration of the application submittal system. Standard retail applications were due December 4th, 2020 at 4:00 p.m. And applicants submitted their application online at the listed web address through our application portal. Applicants were required to comply with Article 33, Chapter 9 of the Fresno Municipal Code, as well as the application procedures. Applicants were required to identify their proposed location, obtain a zoning inquiry letter from the planning department, and provide a lease or letter of intent to lease or purchase the property. Next slide, it's not working. The evaluation process, FMC 93317A, requires the city manager to adopt a procedure guideline and review criteria by which the top applicants in each category of a commercial cannabis activity shall be evaluated, with a final determination made by the city manager. Local preference shall be included in the review criteria. The application procedures adopted by the city manager were published on the city's website and available to applicants on October 19th, 2020. Amendments to the procedures were published on the website May 29th, 2021, June 10th, 2021, and August 13th, 2021. The evaluation process of the applications included the following phases. Phase 1 was a determination of eligibility. We looked at completeness of the application, timeliness, and that the applicant met the requirements in the FMC to hold a commercial cannabis business permit. Phase 2, criteria evaluation and initial ranking, was the reading and evaluation of the written application materials. Phase 3, interviews and second ranking, were an interview with the applicants that made it to Phase 3. And Phase 4, the city manager's final determination, is when the city manager issued the preliminary approvals. We are currently in that phase. And, ooh, what happened? Okay, there we go. The evaluation process. So Phase 2, criteria evaluation was conducted by a panel of city staff members from different departments, using a scoring rubric developed by the city manager's office to evaluate responses. Phase 3, interviews and second ranking, were conducted by a panel of 3 city staff pursuant to the application procedures. Phase 3 interview scores are tabulated and combined with Phase 2 scores to establish an overall ranking of the applications. The city manager's preliminary approval of the applications took into consideration the following. The FMC requires a minimum of 3 social equity applications to be issued permits. The approvals for the top 3 ranking social equity applicants were issued first on July 30th, 2021. The highest scoring applications from the evaluation process in each city council district and the FMC 93307C provides that all buildings in which a cannabis retail business is located shall be no closer than 800 feet from any property boundary containing another cannabis retail business. That concludes the overview of the application process. Any questions?
City Manager, did you have anything to add, or?
No, I think we've prepared to initiate the hearing process. Thank you.
All right, City Attorney, you want to go over some of your explanations?
Yes. Council, first of all, to remind people, today is what's considered a de novo appeal from these permit grants. So then the council has it at this point. If the council desires to approve a permit, there would need to be a motion second and majority vote to approve. If there is no action, then it will be deemed denied, and we will put that on the record. If there's a tie vote, it will be deemed denied. This is an up or down vote on these applications. Those are the only issues before you today. The council, if awarding a permit, can place conditions upon the permit also, subject to the nexus and proportionality rules like we would have with the CUP. Mary is going to cover here, right, what will happen if an appeal is denied. What would the process be going forward then?
So if council denies a permit today, then the city manager has discretion to award another permit in that council district. And he's not obligated to award it to the next highest scoring applicant. He has discretion to choose who would fill that seat in that council district. And then once a subsequent permit would be preliminarily awarded, that permit is also subject to appeal.
All right, does that conclude your explanation, City Attorney?
Could I ask a question?
Councilman Bredefeld?
So if they're not obligated to take the next highest rank, city manager, do you know what the criteria you would use for that? Next
So
selection?
we'll need to see how the outcome of this process is, because the field of play will change. So
Okay.
scoring may be a criteria, proximity may be a criteria. We just need to see how this plays out today, and
Got
then
it.
we'll evaluate.
Thank you.
City manager, would you also be waiting until the new district lines are drawn, or what kind of timeline are you working with on your end if an
Yeah,
application?
so we had always anticipated we were going to get some crossover with the district boundary line changes, so we were going to go forward with the district boundary lines as they currently exist, and then if when the boundary lines change, we'll just have that consideration when we do the new application period.
So it's possible that a council district could end up with more than 3?
Correct.
Thank you.
Any other questions by council? All right, let me, go
I'm
ahead,
sorry,
Council Robert.
Council President. So, did you say that you could have more than, no, actually, you can't have more than
Puedes
3,
tener-
right?
no
In
pueden
each council
más de 3
district.
días.
We've determined that based upon the ordinance, it means more than 3 at the time that they're awarded. So if the district boundaries change and that results in more or fewer than that in a particular council district, they can remain.
Okay, all right.
All right,
Council President, I have
Yes.
a question. Our legal deadline to adopt new council district boundaries is December 5th. I think we're scheduled to do it on December 2nd. Does the city manager foresee that he'll be prepared to award preliminary new licenses before then?
No.
So you would have to consider the new boundaries.
We could consider, we just want everybody to know that as we receive the applications with the other boundary conditions, so when we award, we'll consider that, but we may wind up, when we award them, looking at just how does it fit into the new matrix, the new boundary conditions.
Maybe the city attorney can weigh in, but technically the new boundaries that we're going to pass in December won't apply until January 2023, technically.
Correct, because it's adopted by ordinance, it would be effective 30 days after adoption, the new boundaries. So the new permits, if there are additional permits to be awarded then, it should be based upon the boundaries at that time.
And to Council Vice President's point, the new boundaries would be effective 2023 for the purposes of election, but for the purposes of everything else, they would be effective 30 days after adoption, which would be January 2nd.
We'll make consideration of all the factors. We just need to see how this plays out today, and then what are the remaining applications we have to consider.
all right, any more questions about boundary lines, or? All right, let me start taking public comment. I'm gonna try to take these in order by the areas that they came in. I've got Mr. Tyler Mackey will go up first. You'll have 2 minutes, sir, and you represent TAT Fresno LLC, and it'll be followed by Ms. Carrie Barkley after Mr. Mackey. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Council President. Good morning. My name is Tyler Mackey. I'm the Executive Director of the Tower District Marketing Committee, which is the nonprofit business association for the Tower District, representing over 22 of the main bars, restaurants, and arts organizations within the Tower District. Last summer, we began to be approached by about 9 different dispensaries with the intent to apply within our district. We invited each of them to come and present their plans to our organization's full membership for a vote of approval. Of those, only 4 decided to present their plans to us. Of those 4, the approvals that we gave were for the artistry in the Van Ness Village, as we call it, on North Van Ness, and to Washawn OPOC, which is located in the old Bank of America building on Washawn and Fern. Our membership voted unanimously to approve a letter of support for both of these. They did this based on the conditions that there would be a 24-hour security provided. One of the greatest challenges we have in the Tower District is blight, crime, and vacant buildings. So this was an opportunity to fill spaces that have routinely become filled and quickly emptied. We also see these 2 areas as key target areas for economic development. The Fern Block needs development. Many of the buildings remain empty. We struggle to put up things like string lighting because of so many empty buildings. And so we're hoping that by doing this, we can finally bring economic development, fill those spaces, provide security, reduce the number of car break-ins, and get rid of all of the vagrancy, the feces on the ground, and things of that nature. We also believe that the artistry on the Van Ness Village side is key because that is an area of the Tower District that tends to be the stepchild, and we'd like to see some opportunities for economic development on that end as well. And we're also quite excited about the idea of their connection with the arts community and their willingness to help us to continue to grow the arts community in the Tower District. We would encourage you all to support these applications and approve them as they were unanimously approved by the business community that surrounds it. And you'll hear many more speakers this morning from our organization and from our business community in support. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mackey. And Ms. Barkley, if you could just let our folks sanitize really briefly before you. Thank you, Ryan. All right, go ahead, come up. You'll have 2 minutes.
I would like to start by thanking the President and City Council for allowing me the opportunity to participate in this process and speak about it here. I'm here to discuss some discrepancies about scoring, and there's some scoring breakdowns for you guys to look at your earliest convenience that I gave the clerk. There were sections that were misscored on many applications, as well as sections that the RFP never stated were going to be scored. If they specified what they were looking for, I would have for sure certainly included it. Please look over those scoring breakdowns at your earliest convenience, and I also have letters of support marked by the red tab. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next up is Mr. Brian Richburg. Is it Richburg or Richburl?
It's Richburg.
Richburg. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. I'm a property owner in the Tower District and business owner for 23 years on Van Ness and Elizabeth, called Studio 9. And along with my partners, we bought the B of A building 2.5 years ago with the idea of putting another lending institution or bank in the tower. But the market's being served by ATM machines, so that we couldn't do that. We approached every bank in the area and were turned down. So a repurposing of the building was necessary. First thing we did as landlords was clean the building up. We replaced broken glass at least 20 times since we've owned the building. We turn the power on, we light the parking lot. We're trying to be good landlords, clean the building up. The reason why we chose Cookies, the lemonade brand, after getting at least 15 or 20 calls from different companies that wanted to do a cannabis operation. We toured many of them around the state. We like Cookies because of their capitalization, their security, and their professionalism and their local representation. I just wanted to get that out to the record, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, sir. Next up is Ms. Debbie Rudd. And it'll be followed by Irene Saul.
Hi, good morning, and thank you for this opportunity to speak. My name is Debbie Rude, and I own Fresno Music Academy and Arts, and I'm located on Wishawn Avenue. I've lived and worked in the tower for close to 30 years, so my heart is there. I have a music school that services about 400 students a week, children and grown-ups, and I just want to say that I'm in full support of there being the cannabis dispensary in the B of A building. To my knowledge and my understanding, the idea is to clean up the parking lot, 24/7 security, a lit parking lot, which they've already been doing. As most of you know, there's a pretty bad homeless situation that has gotten worse, especially in the last year. Pretty much daily I deal with it in front of my building. And my hope is that that it's not looked at as an ethical or a moral decision, but that it's economics. We need the economic sustenance for our community down there. We love it, and I guess that's all. I want to say thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, ma'am. All right, next up is Ms. Irene Saul, followed by Mr. Daniel Renteria.
Good morning, President, Council. I just want to say, I own Irene's Cafe in the Tower District. I've been there 30 years. We have seen some rough times during these periods and some good times. But I believe that by having this business at the Washon Bank of America is going to be something very good for the Tower District. It will clean up an area that is in need of cleaning up with all, as you've heard already, the homeless, the blight there. It's just a little area that really needs to be worked on. I am in full support of this business coming into the Tower District. I think it will be good for my employees and all the people that live in the Tower District. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Irene. You have one of the best burgers in the city of Fresno, by the way. Yes, I still eat burgers. Mr. Renteria.
Good morning. I agree with the hamburger.
Welcome.
My name is Daniel Renteria. Good morning, Mr. President and City Council. I've been a resident of the Tower District for well over 50 years. So I have seen the Tower District thrive and flatline. The COVID this past year and a half has affected almost all the businesses in the tower. Some businesses have closed and have not reopened. And it not only affected the businesses, but the employees. So the business over at the Bank of America, the Washon OpCo, would be a tremendous boost financially to the Tower District. It would bring more commerce. It would bring more customer base, which would benefit all businesses. So I truly support that. Second of all, very quickly, is that I'm in that area on a daily basis. I have a P.O. box at the post office across the street. So what I see on a daily basis, I see broken windows and trash and graffiti, and a certain population that sleep on the doorways of the B of A and other businesses. So the business coming to the Bank of America, the Washon OpCo, would supply additional security, 24-hour security, lights, cameras. And I understand they will not only, was that my 2 minutes?
No, you're good. You just have another minute. Go ahead.
Okay, so they would not only maintain their building, but the surrounding area, which is really would be a benefit to that area. It's very blighted. It's an eyesore, and I think it'd be very helpful for the Tower District to support this business. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Renteria. Next up will be Ms. Crystal Contreras, followed by Ms. Linda Amparano.
Hello, and good morning. My name is Crystal Contreras, and I'm here today with concerns of the cannabis dispensary that is wanting to be placed at the corner of Blackstone and Minarets. I'm a lifelong resident of Pinedale community. I have children of my own. The dispensary there, for that look, my concern is not cannabis. As we all know, it's legal. My concern is the location of it. It's in too close of a proximity of our schools, our neighborhood children. This dispensary is a door left open for a gateway of crime, violence, drug addiction as well. It's just a number of things. I myself speak from experience of exposure to cannabis at a young age that led to a very bad meth addiction that I had. I am fully rehabilitated. I am fully employed now. I am a productive member of society, and I stand here as a voice for the children to our community that it can be somewhere else, not within such close proximity of our neighborhood children who are already facing life struggles of school, pressures of life, a society, just things in general. You know, our kids are so vulnerable as it is. This is their molding stages, and we don't need nothing like this in the neighborhood. So I just wanted to let you guys know that, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Contreras. Next up is Ms. Linda Amparano. Ms. Amparano, it's been a while. Welcome, City Hall.
Yes, thank you. Okay, my speech was 4 minutes, and I whittled it down to 3 minutes last night, and I just try to whittle it more down, so.
Let's go 2 minutes.
I'm gonna try. Okay. My name is Linda, and I'm here to speak. I'm a Pinedale resident, and I'm here to speak in opposition to the dispensary on Blackstone and Minarets. I've been a community organizer in Pinedale for over 25 years, and I had the privilege of working with residents, business owners, nonprofits, District 2 council members, police, parks and rec, and city planning. 4 years ago, because of a family crisis, I stepped away from my community involvement. Until that point, I had close relationships with District 2 council members from Chris Matisse to Steve Brandau. Because I stepped away, I barely started building a relationship this summer with Councilman Carbasi. These relationships are critical because we trust that all city council has our community's best interest at heart. Having a relationship with this city is beneficial, especially for communities like Pinedale that has a history to having to fight for things for most of the community, and like sidewalks, buses, and more importantly, being residential. 2 council members have shared with me that developers are chomping at the bit for Pinedale to be commercial. I'm sure putting this dispensary in goes along with those long-term plans to obliterate the second oldest community of Pinedale. Let me see, I have to short this out. For many years, multitudes have worked hard for good role models for our children, and in one fell swoop, the city could potentially allow a marijuana dispensary to be a welcoming mat to our community. I like Councilman Calhoun's idea better, to put an arch across Minaret saying, "Welcome to historic Pinedale." I don't know if you remember that. If allowed, every day our children leave to go to Casner and Clovis West and to become desensitized to this gateway drug. In closing, I would like to dispute, I hear this dispute about 800 feet from the school. This is where the letter of the law and the spirit of the law come into play. The letter of the law is what the law states. The spirit of the law is what social moral consensus of the interpretation of the letter. The spirit of the law talks about the need of the rights of the individual to be protected. Our main concern is the protection of our children, second, for the integrity of our community. I beseech you, council members, please think of our children and community when making your decision. Please consider the spirit of the law and vote no to have a dispensary as Pinedale's welcome mat.
Thank you, Ms. Zambrano. Next up is Ms. Deborah Bowles, followed by Mr. Dan Pantoja. Ms. Bowles?
Good morning. I'm Deborah Bowles. I'm the principal at Pinedale Elementary, and it seems a little ironic to me that it's Red Ribbon Week and I stand before you, as I'm teaching our kids to say no to drugs, I'm having to fight a dispensary going into my community close to where my children are. Every day I have students that are walking to and from school, many of them down Blackstone from the Nice apartments. Unsupervised. Can you guarantee me their safety? Can you guarantee that they will not come into contact with anyone who is using out in the parking lots or down the streets from our schools or driving by our kids? I don't think you can guarantee me that. Furthermore, our secondary students, that is the artery, the main artery to Pinedale. They go to and from on buses, walking by that dispensary that you're proposing to place there. And we're already fighting battles. Our families are fighting poverty, they're fighting drug addiction, they're fighting gang violence, they're fighting a lot of battles, and to add more to their plates is really going to take away from all that's important to what we're trying to build in the city of Pinedale. We are a community that believes that our children are our most precious resource, and we have an obligation to protect them, to fight having things like this in our presence. If you allow this facility to open on Minarets and Blackstone, what you're saying to our community is our kids do not matter. Please put our children first. Link arms with us. We need your support. All you have to do is drive down Blackstone to see boarded up windows on businesses who are already fighting vandalism. We've got mental health crises. We've got homeless down Blackstone. Putting something like this in our community is only adding to the challenges that we're already trying to overcome as a community. So please link arms with us. Say no to that location. We aren't here to argue about whether or not cannabis should be allowed. Just do not allow it near our schools. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bowles. Mr. Dan Pantoja, followed by Mr. David Rodriguez.
Good morning, City Council. My name is Dan Pantoja. I am an employee at Pinedale Elementary School and a lifetime resident. My family has lived in Pinedale since the 1960s. Many people in Pinedale know me as Coach Dan. My family and I are well respected in the community of Pinedale. We, the people of Pinedale, do not want this dispensary in our community. It is a very bad idea to build a dispensary near any school. Our school is just a few steps around the corner. Our kids do not need to see this adult activity every day as they are driven home. We have been working for many years to give a positive view of our community, and our children deserve better than this. As a mentor to the community, I've spent my whole adult life influencing, mentoring kids in the community by coaching sports like football, wrestling, volleyball, track, to give our kids a positive outlook on life and how to build team unity and get involved in the community and school. This dispensary will only bring a negative impact to our community. For example, now marijuana can be bought by an irresponsible adult and given to a young kid for his own recreation. We need positive resources, not negative ones. Marijuana, as everybody knows, is a gateway to drugs, and we do not need that in our community to increase drug addiction that just brings up crime and unemployment. We have worked too hard to go backwards. Put yourself in our shoes. You would not want a dispensary in your neighborhood or anywhere near your children's school. Do the right thing and vote no. Our community and our children's future is in your hands. I beg you, we want a better future for the city of Fresno. Keep dispensaries out of communities and away from schools. Make the right choice and vote no, and keep the city ordinance that is in place. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pantoja. Next up is Mr. David Rodriguez, followed by Mr. Rico Saldivar.
Thank you, Council, for the opportunity to speak before you. A lot of the points that I want to bring up have already been mentioned, and I just want to emphasize that we have enough challenges for our children in Pinedale. We don't need, let me say this. We know that we have a lot of cannabis dispensaries in Pinedale already. Not legal, but they're there. I don't want to see a dispensary sponsored and sanctioned by the city of Fresno in our community based on that 800-foot level. We need to, I'm asking for your support to give our kids that have many, many challenges already to overcome so they can make their mark in the community. They can be a well-balanced and well-served to the community and be good for everybody. A good Pinedale is good for Fresno. Is that my 2 minutes?
No, you still have a minute, sir.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So anyway, that's what I'd like to say, and I'm looking for your support to deny this application, and hoping to God that we can get this done and protect our kids. It's not about the dispensary. It's not about all this other stuff which I heard on the radio the other day. Those people didn't even come and talk to the community. They don't know it. They're just putting out some they used to call false information out there that they know what's good for the community. They don't even know what the community is about. Please come and see us and talk to us. I invite all of you to come to the community and talk to us and see how we're doing. We have a meeting every fourth Friday of every month at the community center. Come on, introduce yourself, and let's have a conversation. Let's do what's good for Pinedale and the city of Fresno. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. Next up, Mr. Rico Saldivar, followed by Mr. Roman Gonzalez. Mr. Saldivar.
Hello, honorable council members. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. I'd just like to start off saying that I'm a business owner right there on the corner of Blackstone and Minarets for 17 years now. And had anybody not even told me there was an elementary school in the area, I'd never know it. Been there all this time. I never see groups of kids walking to or from to get to the school. You just don't see it. What you do see is a lot of riffraff, a lot of homeless, in the situations in the area, because it's, the area it is what it is right now. And I believe that the dispensary is going to actually bring some vitality to that area. The security that they have to meet to have the business there is just going to be something that we need, that I believe will be a deterrent for a lot of the situations that we're dealing with homelessness, guys just honestly just acting crazy and erratic in the area, which I feel is more of a threat to the children than the dispensary itself. I think it's time to stop demonizing this medicine, because that's what it is. And I think that we should start educating the public a little bit more on the medicinal properties and benefits that it has for children as well. Because, yeah, it is cannabis, but there's also the CBD products that do not have THC, that aren't harmful to children. And I just believe that the revenue and tax dollars also that this business is going to provide to the community is also going to revitalize the area. And that's something I look forward to. As a businessman, since Toledo's got leveled, we've also noticed a tremendous drop in business, walk-in traffic and so forth. And so I feel that it's going to help, the business community itself as well. And I spoke to other business owners in the area, and they're all for it. And I understand the little pushback, the concern about the children. I have kids, I have grandkids. So yeah, I would take that as a concern as well, as a parent and as a grandparent. But I've made myself more aware and educated on all the benefits of what this is going to bring. And again, the tax revenue is just going to be, I feel, outstanding to that community. And I think if we educate the protesters a little bit more on those benefits, it might open them up to having the dispensary right there on Blackstone and Minarets. And that's what I'd like to say.
Thank you, Mr. Saldivar. Next up is Mr. Roman Gonzalez, followed by Mr. Matthew Lito.
Good morning, council members. My name is Roman Gonzalez, and I am a longtime business owner for 20 years. UTech is my business. I am for the dispensary in Pinedale. I have a location right across the street that the dispensary is going to possibly open up at. And I also have a child, 12-year-old child that attends a local school. And I, nowadays, with cannabis, of course, we just have to educate our children, let them know. They probably already know with the devices that they use every day about cannabis itself. I won't let my son walk and hang out in front of a cannabis location, or being there for a very long period of time also. I'm there every day. Every day, I'm there 7 days a week. I don't see children hanging out in that area. I don't think there's a need for concern about the cannabis being opened up there on Blackstone and Minarets. I think most of the communication across the children to educate them on the cannabis itself would be ideal, and instead of being opposed to opening up a cannabis location there. I also feel the security levels behind the cannabis is going to be very, very high. It's going to be a very good surveillance system, I would imagine, located there at the cannabis, along with armed security guards. I feel that it would bring more protection to that area. It has been there for a long period of time. I understand that there are some concerns behind opening up the cannabis in the Pinedale area. I also feel that the cannabis will bring more exposure to the area, including dollars into that local community area to educate the children in the Pinedale Elementary School. I feel that we just need to educate ourselves and the children and let them know that it is something that we are not looking for them to doing, of course, just like it would be an alcohol location right across the street from the elementary school as well. So with that said, I would be in favor of opening up a cannabis location there on the corner of Blackstone and Minarets. Thank you for your time, council members.
Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez. Next up is Mr. Matthew Leadham, followed by Dr. Meir O'Brien.
Thank you, Council. I'm not here to protest against the sale of marijuana. I'm here to protest against application C-20-44, the location at 1220 East Olive, which is very close to a large number of residences. All of the residences in our neighborhood would be affected by the traffic, the noise, the anticipated vehicle traffic is 200 to 300 cars a day. I don't think a proper traffic study and environmental report for the increased emissions from these vehicles has been performed. Take a look at the American flag in the back corner of the room, that's my front door, and that's 1220 East Olive. I don't think any of you would want a business, any kind of retail business, with that much traffic that close to your home, when the zoning historically would not allow such a business. It was changed recently. We've owned our home in Tower for 13 years. When we bought our home, that would not have been allowed at that business. There are a lot of people in the neighborhood that wanted to be here today, but they're elderly. They don't understand the process. I myself didn't even understand the process. A lot of them have sent in comments that were made part of the agenda. I'd like to point out that I sent another comment on Monday, which was before the 24-hour cutoff. I don't believe it was added into the comments, and I know another neighbor did as well. If there's any way we can remedy that, it would be very good. We just don't want it in our neighborhood. It's fine, put it somewhere else. This is a terrible location for such a business. Even if it was a bar or a grocery store, we just don't want it there. The overwhelming community is against it. Thank you.
Thank you. And to your point, sir, and for the benefit of the public, all of those comments will be entered into the official record received by our city clerk. All right, next up is Dr. O'Brien. Welcome to City Hall, Superintendent.
Good morning, Mr. President, members of the council. So I'm here to appeal the cannabis dispensary at the location of Blackstone and Pinedale and Minarets. And whether people see our kids or not, I do assure you that we have students attending Pinedale Elementary and also many attending Casner and Clovis West who walk past that area every day as they get transportation to their junior high and high school as well. A couple of things, I just wanted to make some main points. The City Council has stipulated the 800-foot buffer zone, and I was provided a buffer distance analysis conducted by a local land use firm, highlighting the fact that the building does in fact clip the buffer between the school and the Cookies and Lemonade cannabis dispensary. I'd be happy to provide those for your review after this meeting. The City Council established this law because they recognised the inherent dangers associated with the establishment of a cannabis dispensary close to a school. In addition to the letter of that law that I just mentioned, the spirit of that law is to protect the young, vulnerable children and teenagers who are on their way to and from school on a daily basis. At the very basic level, this dispensary violates the actual regulations stipulated by the council to protect the young residents of the neighbourhood. In addition, I have done some research about Cookies and Lemonade, and I've discovered that this particular company already has an established history of violating the rules and regulations stipulated for the establishment of a legal cannabis dispensing location. Their branch in West Hollywood, LA area has created havoc in that neighbourhood, enough for the city of West Hollywood to file with the city of LA last year to revoke their license. Reports of cars driving recklessly in the neighbourhood, customers consuming open containers of alcohol, and also the cannabis itself are also reported. The security personnel have been observed in questionable behaviour. All in all, the business has attracted dangers in the area and has created a dangerous situation for the residents close by. Pinedale Elementary is the poorest elementary school, it's the poorest school in Clovis Unified, and yet it has been awarded multiple awards and accolades over the years, our students, for the great achievements of our students. And this is because of the staff at the school, the established partnerships that have been in that neighbourhood. Many of the folks who spoke this morning are part of those partnerships. And also our parents who've attended parent academies established by Pinedale Elementary staff to equip our parents with the knowledge and the resources to help their children be successful at university level and in their lives. I was just talking outside before I came in this morning about one of our students from Pinedale who graduated from Stanford and is now pursuing a legal law school at Berkeley School of Law. I do want to say that this is my 5th year as superintendent, Clovis Unified. Our district has almost half our district is in the city of Fresno, over 40%, something people don't often know. And in the time that I've been superintendent, I've attended a lot of meetings talking about the city of Fresno and how we work as a community towards helping all of our communities rise above poverty and other obstacles. And at this time, Pinedale Elementary is facing that, and the Pinedale area is facing that, and I just want to appeal to you to vote no on establishing this dispensary at that location. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. O'Brien. Next up, Mr. Ryan Janis, I believe, and then followed by Mr. Dwayne McCoy.
Mr. President, I apologize. I'd like our staff to, if there was a map or something, any documentation, so they can analyze it sooner than later for the rest of the hearing today.
Sure.
If they can provide it to Jennifer. Okay.
Good morning, Mr. President, City Council members. My name is Ryan Janice. I'm part of the ownership group that owns 1426 North Van Ness, where the Artistry has signed a lease to operate their retail cannabis business. Unlike many landlords, me and my partners don't live out of town. We believe in investing in the community that we live in. I am a Tower resident. I reside in District 1. I own a home on the Wilson Island, about a 4-minute walk from this building. My business partner owns a business not 100 feet away that's been in business in the Van Ness Village for about 8 years now. When we started, when cannabis companies started looking for retail locations, we were approached by a number of companies, but when we were approached by the Artistry, we saw a good fit. They had an emphasis on a modern, clean, upscale retail experience and an emphasis on the arts. Their concept seemed tailor-made for the Tower. It was a nice fit with Art Hop and a lot of the arts that are going on in that area. When we bought that building, we hoped it would be an anchor tenant for the Van Ness Village, and we believe with the Artistry entering there that it would be an opportunity to do that. So I am here in support of that permit today and encourage the council to approve that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Janice. Next up is Mr. Dwayne McCoy, followed by Ron, I believe Mr. Ron Montoya.
Yeah, my name's G. Wayne. I come from West Fresno. The community, I was really affected by the war on drugs. I survived some real serious issues in West Fresno. The whole city was affected, but West Fresno was really affected. Man, I survived it. You know what I mean? I was there when the gangs got started behind drugs being on every corner and piles of people trying to get money and get into it, other piles of people trying to get money. If the drugs wasn't there, probably wasn't there. I mean, I'm talking about a lot of lives would have been saved. It was a real big war. I was there, I seen it. I seen my mama on drugs. She was a supervisor at IRS. I seen us fall out of the house we were living in to living with people, living with grandma, living with our cousins, our aunties, getting kicked out of the house. I was there. I remember my mama smoking drugs and me making decisions to run away and run into the streets and live a tough life, and I survived it. But I'm just saying, if it's anywhere these industries need to be or have an effect on is West Fresno. I mean, the whole city is tough. I done started an outreach called Tough Kids Outreach, man. I've been reaching out to kids that's been going through what I've been going through and trying to make sure that they don't go through that, man. You know what I mean? We got Fresno United, we got Stop the Violence, we got Cut Pro. We started a bunch of outreaches from the pain I felt when I lost my son back in 2007 behind a gang that was created by this war on drugs. I mean, if there's anything you can do, man, give us an opportunity to have some dispensaries or some of this money from these dispensaries to come back into West Fresno. I had an idea to create a zoo, man. A zoo would come and connect the greenery, the money from the greenery, and connect it to the playgrounds in the communities, man, that was affected by the war on drugs. Not just West Fresno. I done been out there on Pontiac. We built a playground out on Pontiac. I found there was a lot of suffering going on. There's a lot of suffering going on all up and down Blackstone. I hooked up a better Blackstone. We try to make opportunities. I'm at Dickey's Playground right now. But if the greenery can support the green spaces, the playgrounds, man, and so the playground can empower the neighborhoods around it, man, that's power, man. I mean, let's try to, it's something that's got to be done with this, man. While it's an opportunity, we don't want to not get involved in this industry. We don't want the city to keep on suffering and, struggling. If it's an opportunity to get involved in the industry, let's get the dispensaries where they need to be, and let's get the tax money where it needs to be. I mean, I can help a lot of more kids with doing stuff that I'm doing. If it was, some opportunities. And then, empowering them opportunities, man, if that's what the money needs to be, I mean, there's a lot of people who's getting in power that's already in power. Listen, I mean, it's grassroots that's up out there that's suffering, like me, and the Fresno United and CUT programs, a bunch of programs out there that's suffering. If they can get some of this, if the city could bless them with some of these tax monies, let's do that, man, so that the kids at the grassroots level can get blessed and watch while they're on their way home from school. You know what I mean? Like, I agree with the lady saying.
Thank you, Mr. McCoy.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Thank you. All right, next up, Mr. Ron Montoya, followed by Mr. Cesar Casamayor.
Good morning, Council. My name is Ron Montoya, a recent resident, 6 weeks I live on Poplar. I want to thank my neighbor to my right who sent me these beautiful, wonderful lemon bars. And learning about buying a home and X, Y, and Z, you can buy a home, but you can't buy your neighbors. That's what I've learned. My neighbors welcome me. A lot of people that are retired, pharmacists, teachers, doctors, board of supervisors, X, Y, and Z. You know, I'm all support of the trees. It works for me. But if these same people in here in support of Towertopia, and we can have an honest conversation if crime goes up, if the trash increases, if shenanigans continue to increase, if these same people in here are willing to have a candid conversation and acknowledge that there could be a problem, I'm all for it. But that's what we need to talk. This is a beautiful country. We can agree to disagree. You know, our neighbors, you know, last week, he was approached by, he's an elderly gentleman, knocking on his door. I wasn't home, but the thing is, 2 people were knocking on his door. He's retired. Now, if I got a hold of 2 guys, it'd be a different story, okay? But the thing is, we have a lot of elderly people there. We need to acknowledge that, hey, if the crime increases, let's have a candid conversation, okay? Where's this tax revenue going? Let's be frank. Why isn't there a dispensary in Fig Garden Village? Why isn't there a dispensary in River Park? Systemic inequalities. Why isn't there a DUI checkpoint at Fort Washington Country Club on a Saturday afternoon? But there's a DUI checkpoint after a Ramona Yala concert at the fair. Police presence. Let's be quite frank about it. Let's not, you know, let's talk turkey here. You're dealing with a person who's a proud pay-call firefighter in Madera County. I see it. Now, if these services are utilizing resources, we need to have candid conversations. Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Next up is Mr. Cesar Casamayor, followed by Mr. Mike Briggs.
Peace. Good afternoon or good morning. Advocates have yelled and fought for the inclusion of language and rules that recognize and work to repair the harm done to Black, Latinx, and Indigenous people communities by the war on drugs. We've heard about the botched attempts of social equity programs out of reach fees, ridiculous expectations, predatory practices associated with capital and real estate seeking. We have read stories from places like Illinois, Michigan, complaints about people from community being locked out of the industry and how big businesses are finding ways to exploit loopholes. We have seen efforts to right these wrongs, and here in Fresno, we're sinking in the same quicksand, or maybe we already sunk too far. Instead of learning from others' trials and errors, building on those lessons, we're repeating the same cycles. I want to ask y'all brothers and sisters that's there, sitting down, CEOs of major nonprofit organizations that clearly could have influence over the process are license holders. Only 4 of 21 licenses were awarded to social equity applicants. Only 2 of those are supported by big business. So we only have 2 social equity. Half of the social equity awardees are backed by big businesses, like I said. 2 of the most impoverished districts, 4 and 7, are without representation. At the same time, District 6, one of the wealthiest, now has 3 licenses, one of them being social equity. And 21 licenses released, 4 companies are awarded 9 of them. This looks like real concentration of power and wealth. Was this done intentionally? Is this equity in Fresno, this what it looked like? How should we expect harm to be repaired? These results are disservice to social equity applicants in Fresno. An equitable process in industry or lack of will have last effects on the communities of Fresno. This is not just about the opening of a dispensary. This is about showing the youth what's possible, the creation of opportunities, pathways, resources being reinvested directly back into our communities. This is about breathing life into people in places that need a lifeline. After all the pain, harm, trauma that's been caused over and over, policing, criminalizing our Black, Latino, X, and Indigenous people communities, an equitable process is the least we are due. Equity is not a handout. This is what is owed to us.
Thank you, Mr. Casamayor. Next up, Mr. Mike Briggs, followed by Ms. Desiree House. Mr. Briggs.
Thank you, Council President. I'm Mike Briggs. I live at 1212 North Van Ness. Van Ness and Olive. I can see two of these proposed dispensaries from my upstairs window, and a third one's right up the street. So I don't have a horse in the race. I'm not an advocate for anybody except for my neighborhood where I live. And I know that it's the law of the land now, and it's going to happen. You guys set up a remarkable process and followed the process. All the applicants were vetted and put through this process. And here we are now taking another look, and I don't think that's a bad idea. I would say this, that not only should we look for the judgment of who will cause the least harm to a neighborhood, but who could actually give a little bit to the neighborhood and have a little value added. And there's one spot, one applicant that was approved, and it's the one on Fern Avenue, Fern and Washon, the old Bank of America building. Fern was a thriving street. We used to use it in the Tower District for festivals and barbecues and live music out on the street. It's a real easy street to close. It's just kind of a little, I thought I had 3 minutes. They told me.
2 minutes. You still have 1 minute, Mr.
Okay, they called, when I called yesterday, they told me 3, so I prepared 3. I'll just cut my talk. Something bad happened along Fern Avenue. Livingstone's restaurant burned and was put out of business for 2 years. Shortly after that, Bank of America, one of the other, the anchor of the street, Bank of America, abandoned the Tower District and left us with an albatross of a building that who could lease it? There's a 6-foot thick vault door in there and 4-inch thick bulletproof glass teller windows. Who could lease that? The demolition on those items make the building unusable. Livingstone's burned, Bank of America left strummers alone on that block to populate the block and keep it safe and clean. After 2 years, Livingstone's finally reopened and helped strummers clean up the block, add security out on the street, but still the anchor building on the end, the former Bank of America, was there dragging down the block. And then government closed down Livingstone's. They closed down Strummers, and the block was empty, and it served as a vacuum to draw undesirable people who used that block as their toilet and their place to shoot heroin in their arms. They left needles up and down the street. After about 1.5 years, Livingstone's and Strummers were able to reopen, and they're battling back, putting in security, cleaning the block, and finally, about a month ago, we heard that Bank of America, somebody found a use for that building. They can use a 6-foot vault door and 4-inch thick bulletproof glass. And I was with the owners of Livingstone's, who are here, by the way, Cynthia and Linda in the back row. Are you happy? They're very happy that they have a neighbor who will have 24-hour security, cameras, security working around there, and a partner, the anchor of the block, will be there. This one will serve the neighborhood. Cynthia and Linda asked me to thank Councilmember Soria for this process. It created an environment where this building could now be leased for a useful purpose. And they said, this is your legacy. They said, please come in the restroom. They want to, in the restaurant. They want to thank you personally for that. And this is, I think, going to save that one little beautiful block of Fern Avenue. Thanks for the extra time, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Briggs. Ms. Desiree House.
Thank you, Council President and Council. My name is Desiree House. I'm here today to commend the council on what they've done with the bringing business to the city of Fresno so that we can use that tax revenue to better our communities. And I just have a question in regards to the cannabis applications. Ms. Ruiz pointed out the process, and applications were submitted in December, yet there was an amendment issued in May. Was that taken into consideration when scoring if the applicants had the actual guidelines that they were to be responding to if an amendment was issued after the applications had already been submitted? We hear a lot about bettering the community and making sure that staples stay there. And the chicken and pot pie shop, in my opinion, is something I grew up going to. And it is a building that's useful and practical and has safe parking, location, and lighting. And I think that's something that Tower needs. And I just urge the council to take into consideration how the applicants were scored and if it was fair given the amendment issued after the application deadline. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Oz. All right, City Clerk, we've got some folks punched up online. We got somebody, Ms. Lisa Flores, I believe, is punched up first. Ms. Flores, you'll have 2 minutes. If you could please unmute yourself.
Good morning, Louie. How are you doing? As a 30-year-long resident of the Tower District, I just heard about this meeting last night and was kind of upset when I started looking up the addresses and saw how the dispensaries are skewed. My problem is, much like liquor license, we need to look at the saturation and what is the saturation point. I was greatly disturbed to see that 4 of the applicants are within the sphere of the Tower District. And I'm really concerned about the saturation point of, the Tower District now becoming the dispensary hub of Fresno. And like other people have said, why isn't this at River Park? Why isn't this, I don't see anything going in at Big Garden. My issues of concern are traffic and parking. The one that goes on Van Ness, where's the parking? It will directly impact long-held businesses like Ming's. If you're looking at approximately 200 cars a day going at any given dispensary, you have to look at parking, traffic, and also the impacts on homeowners. The one out by the railroad tracks further down on Olive toward Roding, that's going to directly impact homeowners, and that should be considered. Those people live in those homes longer than the dispensary will probably even be there. Out of all the dispensaries that are in District 1, the only one that truly makes sense would be either putting one at the chicken pie shop or B of A. But God forbid it be bright yellow. Guys, come on. Think of the neighborhood aesthetics. Also, too, I have great concerns based on what a previous speaker had said about the business owner and their track record in West Hollywood. That's also an issue of concern. But my biggest concern is, I know District 1 and District 3 have 2 allocations for dispensaries. Why do all of them have to be in the Tower?
Thank you, Ms. Flores.
Thank you.
All right, next up is Mr. Derek Payton, followed by Ms. Alicia Rodriguez. Mr. Payton, you have 2 minutes. If you could please unmute yourself.
Good morning. So I am a resident of District 1, and I also operate a community workspace in the Van Ness Village. And I'm here to advocate for the artistry on the 1400 block of North Van Ness. This dispensary, there's a lot that it would bring to our block. For years, running a community hackerspace, we have a lot of unused and underused storefronts on that block. And one of my goals, one of the things that I want to see is a revitalization effort on that block. And I think that the artistry would be a great asset to that effort. Things like security, we have a lot of issues with car break-ins and thefts and so forth. That would help people feel safe and be safe when they come to that block. And their model of dispensary / art gallery is sort of really imperative to our efforts to turn that block into kind of an artsy sub-district within the Tower. A lot of the other businesses that I've spoken to on that block, everyone fully supports it. Everyone would love to see it. We've all been trying really hard the last several months to bring back Art Hop and to rebuild that scene. And we've made a lot of efforts on the north end of the block, and the artistry would really help with those efforts on the south end of the block. So fully encourage City Council to approve their permit, and I can't wait to see them open up and contributing to the economic vitality of the Van Ness Village. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Payton. Next up is Ms. Alicia Rodriguez. You'll have 2 minutes if you could please unmute yourself.
Good morning. My name is Elisa Rodriguez. I am a resident of District 1, and I am involved with quite a bit of community work in the area. So my concerns and my statements are less about particular dispensaries, but more so about the application process and the public input on such up to this point. First of all, I do want to make some statements. There's been a lot of chatter about the effect of cannabis itself, and I think that is of sorts outside of this process because it's already, you're planning to grant dispensary permits. So the arguments about gateway drugs and things of that nature, there's a large amount of evidence. I won't bore you with the discourse. I am also a practicing scientist, so I won't bore you with the discourse on those being antiquated terms from the 80s, but let's get past that and look at the effects of this process. So one of the main issues I had was social equity. So we're looking at nomenclature in the application process and in your PowerPoint earlier about social equity applications, but then the cost of the applications was sizable to begin with. So if you're going to use terms as such, then go ahead and make that congruent with the application process. Regarding the dispensaries that are in question, as a resident, I would expect the following things to be important in consideration of them being granted. One, how local are they? We have a lot of people coming in from out of town to buy all our houses at this point, so let's look at that parameter when we consider that. Also, how have they and how do they plan to tangibly give back to the community? We heard a lot earlier from residents about racial and social disparity. There are still lots of folks incarcerated for marijuana distribution, and now there are big businesses making money. So let's if they are willing to tangibly give back to the community, let's hold the applicants to that. And how have they so far? Let's look at their track record in that regard. And I think that's my 2 minutes.
Thank you, Ms. Rodriguez. Next up is Ms. Melissa Wolfman. Ms. Wolfman, you'll have 2 minutes if you could unmute yourself.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you. I lived in the Tower District for over 20 years. I own a home, I have business, and I'm active in my community. While peacefully protesting, I have had the opportunity to meet Carrie Burrow Barclay and Megan Mitchell, who own Towertopia and are hoping to have reconsideration on their appeal. I think the Chicken Pot Pie Shop is a perfect location for their business. It is surrounded by cross streets. It has its own parking. Also, they have demonstrated their interest in the community for quite a long time. I think it would be an ideal location, and as far as the concerns of homes and residents being affected by it, it isn't a business location. It's surrounded by other businesses and main thoroughfare of business streets, not residential streets at all. And I know people tend to think that cannabis dispensaries are going to be associated with some kind of high crime. I know as far as like several family members of mine, legal cannabis dispensaries have been crucial for their pain management. My sister has a brain tumor. If it wasn't for legal cannabis, she would not have a quality of life. She's gone through radiation, pain medication where she's been bedridden, and it wasn't until she was able to participate in something like what Towertopia offers that she's had a more regular, normal life. So back as far as the community in the Tower District, I know people are talking about, oh yeah, why don't we have this in River Park, and why don't we have, we should. But as far as speaking as a resident of the Tower District for over 20 years, that building, a huge building, is just sitting there vacant, and these two women, local women, are ready to invest and to give back.
Thank you, Ms. Wolfman. All right, next up is Ms. Ariana Martinez Lott. You'll have 2 minutes if you could unmute yourself, please. Is she still on, City Clerk?
She is.
Let's go on to the next one then. Let's go to Ms. Haley White. Ms. White, if you could unmute yourself, you'll have 2 minutes.
Able to hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, I just wanted to call in. I'm also a Tower resident, 10 years plus, and just want to throw in my support for the building for the cannabis dispensary at the Bank of America building, as well as just cannabis dispensaries in general. Our neighborhood very much supports the idea of having their tax revenue, and they fit with the vibe of the neighborhood very well. That particular building, the parking lot, the 24-hour security, all of it is great. I do want to mention that what Carrie Barclay said about making sure that the applications were, that the amendment was followed and that they were equitable in when you were looking at it. I really do hope that you guys take that seriously. You know, in the perfect world, to me, I would love to see both the Bank of America and the Chicken Pie Shop as dispensaries. I think in the Tower District, that's not saturation, especially with buildings with parking lots and 2 local owners. But I understand that we live in a world where that isn't possible because zoning matters, and in some cases, you all actually care about zoning. But I do just really want to throw in my support and acknowledge that the voters wanted this. And I know a lot of people are scared about it, but what we've seen across the nation is that these places overall really do help communities. And I echo everybody who says we need to see them on the west side and the south side as well, because there are people who are still in jail for illegal substance. There are, like Melissa said, people who are taking this for health reasons, and our poorer neighborhoods absolutely deserve the benefit of seeing these in their neighborhoods too.
All right, thank you, Ms. White. Next up is Mr. Aaron Minter. Mr. Minter, you'll have 2 minutes. If you could unmute yourself.
Distinguished City Council, I live in the Tower District, and I am speaking to express my support for both cannabis being in our city and advocate for Haven, who is going to be the dispensary closest to where I live on Olive near West Fruit Avenue. Once marijuana was approved by both the City Council and your constituents, I began my research. What I found is far different than some of the statements I've heard today. Crime has long been an issue in our neighborhood. I feel that Haven Dispensary, with their robust security plan, will effectively decline crime in our community. With things like 24-hour security cameras and 24-hour on-site security, it's hard for me to believe that having Haven in our neighborhood could do anything but decrease crime rate and help our police solve crimes that may be committed in the vicinity. I was able to attend Haven's virtual open house on Monday and listen to them speak about their background in marijuana and marijuana shops that they currently operate. And it is clear to me that these folks are professionals. They have a huge focus on giving back to the community and raising awareness for community issues like homelessness and our underserved youth. For me, this is vital. I want to see these dispensaries come in and make an impact on the people that they serve, and it's obvious that Haven puts a huge emphasis on this. Cannabis is coming, and that's inevitable. It's time to stop delaying the inevitable. I was able to follow the cannabis vetting process, and it was clear that these owners who received licenses were put through the ringer and vetted properly. Haven is clearly a group of professionals who successfully operate in other cities around California, and I'm hard-pressed to find a reason why we would not want them to join our community, make it safer, and help us generate the millions of dollars in tax revenue that we all know the city can desperately use. We want Haven to open and operating in our community as soon as possible. Thank you for your time.
All right, next up is Mr. Greg Nacum. Mr. Nacum, you have 2 minutes.
Good morning, council members and residents of the Fresno community. I can speak from personal experience that licensed retail cannabis brings numerous benefits to a local community. A substantial increase in local tax revenue, good paying jobs with generous benefits for local residents, and a decrease in crime due to the presence of licensed security and an increase in foot traffic. Haven prides itself on offering all employees full benefits, including health insurance, medical, dental, and 401k. In every community in which I've worked with licensed cannabis dispensaries, I have seen positive benefits for the local community. This includes the communities of Santa Ana, Long Beach, Maywood, and San Bernardino. I urge all members of the Fresno community to visit other California communities with existing licensed cannabis dispensaries to see firsthand for themselves. People have mentioned they heard dispensary customers use cannabis products on the premises, consume alcohol, Nothing could be further from the truth. Under California law, customers are not allowed to consume or open any cannabis products anywhere on dispensary property. This rule is strictly enforced by Haven and has never been an issue at any Haven dispensaries. Haven has never been cited or received any violations by any city or state regulatory authorities. We invite you to visit any one of our dispensaries. Haven works closely with all of its city partners, including police departments and fire departments. Community outreach is a huge cornerstone of how Haven operates its business. In the city of Long Beach, we regularly hold charitable events open to the public to try and help disadvantaged communities, such as through food drives and cleanups. Thank you for allowing me to speak publicly this morning, and I respectfully urge the council to allow Haven to proceed with developing a dispensary at 335 Olive Avenue so the Fresno community can experience the benefits themselves. Thank you.
Thank you. And our last speaker is Jasmine Guzman. Ms. Guzman, you'll have 2 minutes. You could unmute yourself.
Hello, thank you for letting us speak. I'm an owner at a small business here in Tower, and we own Let's Roll Fresno. We will be neighbors to 355 Olive at Haven, and honestly, we only see positive things coming out of having a dispensary right next to us. We are locally owned, we are family oriented and stuff, and we see no negative impact of them operating next to us. And if anything, it will make this area like nicer, cleaner, and it will bring positive things to the community. It will help out other small businesses around, bring in more crowd. And that building next to us right now, it's looks really run down, empty, and it just looks pretty bad like on this street. So when they come in and they renovate it, it will help us along with other small business beautify Fresno and the rest of Tower. So yeah, we show our support to Haven and the rest of the Tower community.
All right, thank you, Ms. Guzman. That concludes our speakers. I did get 3 last speakers that wanted to speak. I'm gonna accommodate that even though we're over our time limit. You guys took time to come down today, so we're gonna hear you. First up will be Mr. George Boyajian, followed by Mr. Mike Vega, and then the last speaker will be Mr. Dean Gordon. So Mr. Boyajian, you'll have 2 minutes, sir.
Yeah, hey, good morning. Miss me? I'm just kidding. Last year, March 2020, Mr. Sloan and City Council, I stood up in front of you and I told you that the permit on the Bank of America building had already been granted to somebody. And you guys thought I was that crazy old man that talks about, end of the world, and Mr. Sloan said there's no such thing. Although I welcome Mr. Al Harrington and people with close ties to City Council like Casey Tibet, the newfound cannabis consultants to the cannabis industry, social equity, Mr. Harrington, belongs to the people of Fresno that have been impacted by the war on drugs. Like my good friend Alex Banda said a couple months ago, he said when these people were enjoying professional athletic careers, we were in jail over a joint, okay? So I appreciate them coming in the industry, but these points that people were bringing up about how wonderful dispensary would be in Tower District and so on and so forth, I'll be making those points over the last 10 years. So as a social equity advocate myself over the last 10 years, Mr. Harrington and everyone else, I got disqualified last month, or in May, because I spoke out against how unjust and how unfair the rating process was. Yet somehow some applicants were able to make it past the zoning verification phase without a proper zoning letter from the Planning Commission. Clearly, there's some favors or some, some people are looking out for better for other people out there. But if this is how the process is going to be, then of course, I'm not the crazy old man that I was last year. Mr. Betterfeld, I thank you wholeheartedly for bringing a letter that I wrote to you to Ms. Ruiz's attention. But in fact, I wrote that letter to all the city council members. I wrote the letter to the mayor, city clerk, city attorney, city manager, everybody. I was being transparent now, addressing the city council just like how I am. But since they're being, following the rules and the way things are supposed to be, got me disqualified for speaking out against this. So I fought for this over the last 10 years, Mr. Betterfeld. And at the end of the day, I was very cold-heartedly disqualified for favors for Mr. Al Harrington. Somehow Cookies is a social equity applicant in Fresno. I'm done. Have fun.
Thank you, Mr. Raja. Next up is Mr. Mike Vega, and then our last speaker will be Mr. Dean Gordon.
Thank you, Council President. I wasn't going to come up here. I'm just here to really was listen, but now I'm here to talk, and I'm just saying it out there, putting it all out there. It's like my family, we own 3 of the houses across the street from where it's going to be built. At one time, we owned, well, my uncle owned the first one, then my family owns the next 3. How can it be that there's an ordinance for 800 feet, but we're all here today talking about it when you have your own ordinance saying that nothing can be built, but we're here. You know, I'm worried about these little kids because there's no parking. I mean, I don't know what the size of it is going to be the size of Toledo's or smaller, but when it was the size of Toledo's, we would have cars parked blocking our driveways and parking on the side streets. Now, if it's going to be the same way, you're going to have people parking on the side street. Do you think they're going to really buy this and then not drive away and not smoke it? They're going to smoke it. And right down the street is the elementary school. And God forbid that these people are loaded, wasted, whatever you want to say, and drive by during lunchtime, after school, and hit one of these little kids, all because of money. I'm not against it. They can move it somewhere else. There is really no parking. And as it is, in that alley across the street, since everything, all these homeless have been kicked out, now there's more people in that alley. People bring them stuff. Who's to say they're not going to start bringing them more weed because they're out there making that money and giving it to them? And then all these little kids walking to school see them sleeping in the alley. I don't see why we're here if there's an ordinance for 800 feet. So that's all I have to say. Thank you very much. Oh, there's one other thing. Oh, am I done?
Go ahead, sir. Close your thoughts.
Okay, it's like as it is, when it was Toledo's, my uncle's house, which is the closest one to those gentlemen's business, I believe, our second house over, it's so bad that we had to have the mailman drop off the mail at the house, where everybody else has mailboxes, because it was so packed that they had to walk to the house because there's always cars blocking it, and they would never get their mail. So that's what they had to do. But thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Vega. All right, our last speaker is Mr. Dean Gordon. Go ahead, Mr. Gordon.
Thank you, council members. My name is Dean Gordon. My wife and I own the building at 1220 East Olive, which is item E. We've owned it for more than a decade. After graduating from UC Davis School of Law in 1974, my wife and I moved down to Fresno, and I began my law practice. I've been practicing ever since. About 10 years ago, we decided to buy a building and chose the location at 1220 East Olive because we wanted to live in, we wanted to help invest in the Tower community. Now we've decided to sell our building and go on the road to retirement. We received a number of offers for the building, including 4 from prospective cannabis retail licensees. Although another group offered a substantially greater amount to buy the building, we decided to sell to Public Cannabis because in large measure we thought that they were the best fit for the community. Both of our children graduated from Edison High School in District 3, and we were excited that Mushana, who's the local owner of Public Cannabis, also graduated from Edison. Public's had a good track record in other communities and promises to provide significant funding to local nonprofit organizations. I know that a few neighbors have expressed some concern about the location. First, of course, California and Fresno have both approved retail cannabis establishments. With respect to the location at Olive and Poplar, I think it's ideally suited for the establishment of a cannabis business. First, it's on the main commercial thoroughfare in the Tower District. It's close to 3 freeways, and it's across the street from a bus stop. And it has a large parking lot. There will be no need for people to park on Poplar. Studies have shown that there's no increase in crime. I think the security that will be provided, 24-hour day security and fences, will prevent the transient problem that has existed in connection with the property. I know that public is serious about working with the community. They even held an open house to hear from the community, and I know they promised to, and they will work with any traffic problems that the community may have. We urge the City Council to ratify the city manager's selection of 1220 East Olive and public cannabis. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gordon. All right, that concludes our public comment portion. I will now close that, and we were going to take a quick 5-minute break, restroom break, and we'll be back here at 10:35. Are we back online? All righty, we have our folks take their seats. We will resume our process. There we go. For some reason, the light's not showing up. All right, just for the benefit of the public, the way this process will go, the applicant on each specific item will have 10 minutes to present their case. It would then turn it over to the council member of the area where they will ask for input, feedback, or follow-up questions. And then the council will make a decision, or like the city attorney explained, if there is no motion, it will essentially be denied. So with that, let's take item 1B first. And I believe the applicant is here, and that is in Councilwoman Soria's district, District 1. City Manager, did you want to add anything to have your staff mention anything before we call the applicant?
No, we're ready to proceed with the applicant comments.
Do we have the applicant here? No. Applicant is not. Item 1B.
Council, this is the 1426
Please.
North Van Ness.
Mm-hmm. No, it's actually 1B. No, it's 1B. Yeah. All right, it's for the address 1426 North Van Ness, located in District 1. That's,
Yes,
I believe,
we're-
your folks, right? All right, go ahead.
Good morning. My name's Courtney Carone, and I am one of the owners of the Artist Tree, located at 1426 North Van Ness. Thank you for having us here today. We've been very excited about the opportunity to come to Fresno. I'm a former Fresno resident, a graduate of Fresno State, and also San Joaquin College of Law. I was responsible to go through, as well as the other members of our team, the letters that were sent in through e-comment. And I just wanted to touch on a couple of the points that were made in those letters for each of you today. It seemed like there were two main points: security and kids. Each one of us are parents. Obviously, I'm going to be a parent real soon here. And our children are under the age of 8 years old. I'm a former Fresno Unified School teacher, and we take very seriously both security and children when we are operating our cannabis retail stores. Today's cannabis is very different than cannabis of the illicit market. The security systems that are set up, which Lauren is going to touch on, are extremely sophisticated. And besides having on-site security for 24 hours a day, the surveillance is really state-of-the-art. But I really want to focus on kids for a moment here. As parents, we take very seriously our youth prevention plan. And I have personally spent hours and hours developing a terrific youth prevention plan that we implement in all of our locations where we are currently operating in the state of California. But Fresno holds a special place in my heart as a former resident. And I just want to really make it clear that this particular location, the design of our building, it's not an attractive nuisance for kids. It would be nearly impossible, I mean, actually literally impossible, for a child to enter this particular facility. There is no reason for parents in our area to be concerned with this particular issue, because we have spent a great deal of time making sure that from the exterior of the building, you don't even realize that it is a cannabis business. None of our marketing, none of our logos, none of our details have anything to do with cannabis logos or the cannabis industry. And that was one of the things that we felt was really important in order to protect youth and also to protect the image of the community around us, residents and other businesses, to ensure that we had a professional storefront. Lauren is going to go ahead and talk more about that. Thank you so much.
Good morning. Oh, okay, go ahead. Good morning, City Council members. I just want to say thank you so much to the city staff and especially the project manager, Jennifer Ruiz, for all of their really hard work throughout this process. I know they've been working really diligently to get these businesses open. We do have a presentation we submitted. Are we able to pull that up on the screen?
City Clerk, do we have that presentation? Marco?
So I wanted to just start by saying that our business model is really the best possible fit for the Tower District and for our location on 1426 North Van Ness. The Tower District has a special place within the city. It's home to many artists, and it has a lot of performance spaces, and there's also areas that are very much in need of revitalization, including our location. So as you can see, this is our rendering of our design for the building. This is the former full Olympic Circle bar. Before that, it's been many other iterations of nightclubs and performance venues. It's now sitting vacant, and we really are going to uplift this streetscape and bring life to this area and bring another arts venue to the area. So let me just show you a little bit about our concept. So our whole mission is to raise awareness of local arts programs, to support local artists, to create beautiful community destinations, and to have a safe space to purchase legal cannabis. We design our stores to be art galleries. So as you can see, these are pictures of 2 of our other locations. We have dedicated spaces within the store to showcase local artwork. All of the art exhibits rotate every couple months, so we have a lot of different artists come through. And we give them the opportunity to exhibit and sell their pieces, and they get 100% of the proceeds. So this means we're not taking a commission or any other fees for them to exhibit, and this has been a really powerful way to contribute to local artist communities in our existing locations. You can see some of those on this map here. So we have several in Southern California. We opened one recently in Riverside. We'll be opening one in El Sobrante, and then the Fresno in Orange. These are some other images of our existing stores. So as you can see, they all have a very similar aesthetic, but we also honor the local architecture and try and make something that truly is an extension of the local community, which is what we're doing here in the Tower District. This is our ownership team. So we are 51% owned by Lawrence Artinian, who's standing next to me. He's born and raised in the city of Fresno. He's a lawyer and a law professor here. He's also worked on revitalization projects. He was president of the Downtown Committee. He has a track record of philanthropy, and he is really committed to helping to bring new life into this area. Courtney Carone, who is a cannabis attorney, also has lived and worked in Fresno. Myself, and then Avi and Mitch Cahan, who have operated licensed retail dispensaries in Southern California since 2006. As I mentioned already, we'll be giving this building a major facelift. This is actually a beautiful Art Deco building. It deserves some love and care. And as you've heard from other business owners in the area, they're very excited about us renovating this street, this area, Van Ness Village, bringing more traffic to the area, helping to recover some of the things that were lost during COVID. And we have actually done a lot of outreach with residents there. So I'm not sure, there's a slide about that too. I'll talk about that a little bit in a couple slides. So one of the other major benefits that we're gonna have to your community is local jobs. We're gonna have about 40 positions in the store. These are management and entry-level positions. We'll be hiring solely from the community of Fresno. We have extensive education and advancement programs. We also will be providing resources to promote social equity business ownership. We actually are the owners of a social equity business in partner with a social equity applicant in the city of Los Angeles, and we are attorneys that will be hosting legal clinics. So we really have a lot of resources where we can help not just our own employees, but other people that are looking to enter the cannabis space. We will be responsible neighbors. As Courtney mentioned, we're parents. We've operated stores for many, many years. We know how to follow the rules. We know how to operate with very robust security. We actually had a meeting yesterday with the police department at our other property in District 2. They were blown away by the comprehensive nature of our security plan. They said they had never seen something so detailed. We talked about our on-site staff, the way that we securely store all of our products, our surveillance system with footage that actually will be available to the police department. So we really are going to increase the safety of this neighborhood. And as I mentioned, we have done a lot of community outreach already. So as local owners and people that are really in love with this area of Fresno, we've hosted open house events both at the space. You'll see some pictures of one of them where we had an art exhibit, we've had virtual open houses, we've talked to neighbors, we've talked to the business owners. People are really in need of safe access to legal cannabis. People now are driving an hour away to get to it. This neighborhood is in need of some revitalization, as I mentioned, and so, as you've heard from some other people today, the business owners in the neighborhood are really in support of this because they just want to see this area restored and breathe some new life into it. And also, we've collaborated with the Tower Marketing Committee, and Larry is going to talk a little more about his involvement with the city. We also have a very comprehensive community benefits plan, and I would urge anyone here to look at our application and really read all of the detail of that. It's publicly available with this agenda, so you can see all of the ways that we've already planned collaborations with nonprofits in the area. We've already started contributing to them. Larry has already been working with some of these organizations for many, many years. We'll be supporting arts programming, hosting drives in the store, also, of course, giving 100% of sale proceeds to artists. And we are really committed to not just operating a business, but giving back to the community. And this is something that we do in our existing locations. We also have the Youth Education and Prevention Program, which Courtney mentioned, which will really be designed to promote youth abstinence from using cannabis and to educate people on the dangers of using it underage. As she mentioned, our stores it's impossible to anyone underage to get access to the locations, and we take that really seriously. We also will have a lot of other community events in the space, so another reason that will be an asset to the area is we will have programming such as wellness classes, lecture series, cultivation classes, things where people are invited to come inside the space. Also musicians, we've had DJs and things like that in our other stores. So ways that people can come into the space and enjoy it even if they don't want to shop. And I know there was a concern about parking, so I just wanted to bring that up really briefly. We do have a few on-site parking spots. We are working with some of the neighboring businesses to lease spots, so we'll have additional spaces. And this business has been operated as a nightclub, as a performance space for many, many years where there was a lot of traffic in the neighborhood and parking wasn't a concern then, so we're not anticipating the parking to be a major issue. So now I'll turn it over to Larry.
Hi, do I have a minute?
Go ahead,
I'm
sir.
Larry Artinian. I grew up in Fresno. My family's been here since 1912. I was president of the Downtown Association before it became the Downtown Fresno Partnership. I sat on the Central Area Planning Commission, studied urban planning at Harvard after I graduated from Hoover High School in Fresno. I have a long-standing commitment to the city of Fresno and a deep love of it, especially its older neighborhoods. I read a few of the comments from residents primarily living on Wilson Avenue and the Tower that they didn't want a marijuana store coming into the neighborhood and ruining the character of the neighborhood. I hope the council can appreciate from what you've seen thus far that the last thing I am willing to do is sponsor, as the local owner, a business that is going to downgrade the Tower District. To the contrary, we've got this old Art Deco building that is in need of some love. We're going to give it a restoration. My partners here will tell you I've complained a couple of times that we could tear the building down and build a brand new stucco building for what we're going to spend renovating this place so that we can bring it back up to its historic standard. I'm aware that we abut the historic Wilson Island District, which has some of Fresno's most cherished and architecturally significant homes. The area originated as an elite residential neighborhood, and there was concern when businesses first came in, the businesses at Olive and Wishon, Van Ness Village, and then a few businesses around Fresno High School were the original businesses that came in after the neighborhood was about 20 years old. We've got Van Ness Village. It was once very, very cute, quaint, and charming. It needs some life. We will bring traffic to the neighborhood, but not all at once, like the Gold Club Fred or Olympic Tavern used to do. People at night after the stores are closed to drink and listen to loud music, which is great, but that was fine in the neighborhood, didn't create a problem. Our traffic will be slower, more steady. As has been pointed out, it's going to be a beautiful exterior. There's no way to know that it's a marijuana store. Security is incredible. You can't just walk into one of these places. You have to go in, give your driver's license, go into a database. When you get inside, there's no live product available to touch. You can't shoplift in them because all you've got is displays, and you have to actually make a purchase, a verified purchase, and then obtain the product in the back of the store. So what we think we're going to do here is provide an intense level of security in an area that needs it, provide a huge aesthetic upgrade to the street, provide a boost to the struggling businesses in Van Ness Village by bringing life and people back to the area. And then the one thing that's nearest and dearest to my heart is we've got a set portion of profits that will be contributed annually, not only to arts organizations, but also to food banks, because Courtney and I both have a history of wanting to support local food banks and help provide food for the hungry in the community of Fresno, and those are among the many benefits that I think we'll present. So I would appreciate very much if we could get a motion to approve our license application, and a second and a vote in our favor. Thank you very much for your time.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Soria, did you have any questions or follow-up?
Thank you, Council President. I do have a couple questions. So one, thank you for your presentation. Just to kind of dive a little bit deeper into what you guys have talked about. One, maybe going back to just the last couple comments in terms of the community benefit and the neighborhood benefit. So you've talked about broadly the benefits that, yes, you guys are going to have some resources to invest back into food banks or into, art organizations. What do you know about the neighborhood specifically, and what are the needs of the neighborhoods that you feel that your community benefit will actually be a neighborhood benefit, aside from obviously the revitalization of the building and bringing some life back into that specific building?
All right. One of the things when we were speaking with different members of the Board of Trustees of the Fresno Unified School District that they mentioned is that there is a need for improvement and funding for the arts in many of the elementary schools. We know that over the past several years, even when I was Miss Fresno 2002, I was promoting the arts then, and at that point in time, funding was being cut for the arts. And so one of the things that we know is that in this particular area, all of the schools could use some help with the arts, whether that's art supplies, whether that's dance equipment for their dance programs, whether that's additional teachers for their theater programs. All of the arts could really use some help, and that matches our commitment to the community of the arts just through our particular business model. The Fresno Arts Council met with us and specifically discussed a program that they have in unification with Fresno Unified, where there's a specific fund each year where they're raising funds to put different teachers into the District 1 and District 3 schools to provide classes for students related specifically to the arts. And we would very much love to be able to fund one of the salaries or more of the salaries, depending on what the budgetary needs are of the Fresno Arts Council, in order to provide additional teachers for the arts. We know there's a homeless population in the Tower District. That's evident. So, living in Southern California, we too have a quite large homeless population there. And working directly with organizations in relationship to the homeless population and what we can do to help actually remedy the situation versus just displace homeless is something that's very near and dear to our hearts. And the very basic of that is providing food and nutrition. And so that's one thing that we've already started. I think that another issue in the area is certainly the security. We've actually reached out to the Cookies Lemonade organization and discussed a joint security plan between the Wish-On building and our building to team up with our roaming security after closing hours to close off that Maroa corridor there that leads over to Floridora. And I believe that between those two organizations, we could also really increase that security in the area, which would be a terrific asset to the specific area. So while that may not necessarily be part of the funding that we have set aside for community benefit, it certainly is a community benefit.
Thank you. I have a couple other questions as it relates to your workforce, and I know that I read through the applications, and it was pretty in-depth in terms of obviously you guys are going to provide a living wage and the benefits. I did notice that you guys mentioned that you don't have a labor peace agreement but that your other stores do. Can you speak to that, and what is your commitment to ensure that folks are represented, or that, you know, if they choose to, that they have the ability to sign on to that?
Yes, so we are fully committed to helping our employees if they choose to unionize and to working with a local labor union. So we will be signing a labor peace agreement here in the city of Fresno as soon as we're about to open, and then a collective bargaining agreement. We've negotiated these with Teamsters in Southern California, but we may be working with another union here. But that is definitely part of our employee practices and something that we plan to do here.
Okay. I think I also noticed in your applications in terms of some other benefits for employees like education and so forth. I'd like to, I guess, hear, you know, I'm going to ask the similar questions to the other applicants because a lot of the information that you guys put looks fabulous on paper, but at the end of the day, it's all about the application of it. Can you speak to the numbers in terms of the benefits of the employees in terms of educational opportunities and so forth, and advancements of your employees?
Sure. So we're very committed to creating cannabis careers for our employees. So this isn't just a 9-to-5 job or an hourly job. We're trying to help people within our organization to advance, whether that's advancing to a management role. We've done this many, many times in our other stores where people have started as bud tenders. We've given them a lot of training and other educational resources. Then they've advanced to assistant manager, manager, general manager of another location. This is really how we try and run our businesses, and even as far as people that have advanced to equity ownership positions in the stores. And so this is something we fully intend to do in Fresno. So part of the education is the hands-on training that we provide. We have a very detailed training program, an internal one that we've provided, and it's continuing education, so it's not just new hire onboarding training, but things throughout over time to help people advance. We also fund outside education programs, so if someone wants to take a course, whether or not it has anything to do with cannabis, we will reimburse the tuition for that. And then we do support training programs that we pay for our employees to attend, either online or seminars, and this asset to our business and to the community that people are able to advance and feel like they really have somewhere to go within the organization. And we're looking forward to doing this at both of our Fresno locations. But then the other thing I want to mention is that we are very supportive of social equity business ownership. As I mentioned, we do have one of those businesses in Los Angeles, and so this is something we want to help people with. We're experienced operators. We have a lot of knowledge to impart. We do have resources to help fund them. We can help them with the licensing process. You know, Courtney and I and Larry are all attorneys, and we have done a lot of pro bono work, cannabis and non, and so this is something that we really want to give back to the community, where we can hold legal clinics, where we can be consultants to people that are looking to navigate the process. And as I mentioned, these are things that we have already done. And so this is another way that we can help people that aren't our direct employees, but people within the city of Fresno that are looking to own their own businesses.
So thank you for that. I was looking more at specifics. Do you have any data that shows that actually, beyond it just sounding good on paper, that folks are taking advantage of like the educational benefits, and that people are advancing, as you mentioned, that you guys are committed to making sure that they promote or advance? So do you have any data in terms of your employees doing that or taking advantage of that?
Sure. So I can tell you, as far as actual employees that we've hired in our businesses throughout the years, I can think of, you know, at least a dozen that started at very entry-level positions and were able to get to a store manager position, and it's a very diverse group of people that spans across different age groups, different ethnic backgrounds. And so this is something where we've really empowered these people to move forward in the organization. So when I think of all of the managers of our current stores are people that we help from the ground up. And this is, something that either they've advanced to other positions, also corporate positions within our organization. And as far as people taking advantage of education, like I said, all employees receive a lot of training on an ongoing basis. And then we have had some people that have wanted to go above and beyond that, and we've been happy to, reimburse them for those expenses. And this is something that we're always open to. We also like to get a lot of input from our staff, so we're really trying to see how we can help them and how we can serve as mentors to them.
And I just wanted to add one point. So the West Hollywood location's been open for about 2 years this October. 2 years this October. Koreatown's only been open since April 20th, since April, and Riverside opened 2 weeks ago. So many of the employees have not yet even taken advantage of the opportunities that are available to them as far as coming to us with a college, a course that they'd like to take, or maybe they're looking at one of the online cannabis schools like Oaksterdam. So it isn't that the resource is not available to them, it's just that perhaps they have not yet taken the opportunity to utilize that resource, not for lack of it being available as much as perhaps they just haven't found their way quite yet to an educational opportunity that would support the advancement in the career or just whatever goal it is that they've set. So as we continue to grow as a company, we expect that these numbers will increase since it is certainly available to employees, but I think it really is dependent upon each individual employee and the path that they're looking to take both with their educational career and within the cannabis industry specifically.
Thank you. You both brought up a couple words that are very, I think, important, I think, in terms of when we're talking about cannabis legalization and the war on drugs. You talked about social equity, and then we talk about diversity. I'm just wondering if you guys could explain to us what that means for your company, and how does it translate to those, who are part of your company. I'm specifically interested in also, because I've been looking at your guys's, or all of the cannabis advisory committees and how that's reflective. So can you speak to that?
Yes, I'm happy to do that. This is something that's really near and dear to my heart and something that I actually spearhead for our organization. So, I'm a white woman. A lot of my original partners were white males, and I saw a real need in our organization to have diversity at the upper levels of the company and of course throughout. And so one of the ways that we really foster that within our different stores is to have a very diverse group of people on the hiring committees, so that people that are applying for jobs and are interviewing feel really comfortable with the process and really welcome within our space. We also have a hiring plan already in place in Fresno in partnership with the EEOC. So we'll be providing them with resources for hiring or resume building to their constituents, who are traditionally people that maybe are struggling to find employment or are low income or are from more diverse backgrounds. And we feel like by working with them to actually source our staff, that's one of the most effective ways that we can ensure that we're having a diverse group of people that truly represents the residents of the city of Fresno. And we're not just pulling people that already have experience in retail or in the industry. We're giving people a chance to come on board because they have a good attitude and a good work ethic, and they're willing to learn. And we can really then empower them to be successful in this job without them having to have any background knowledge. And so other things that we're doing as far as diversity is having committees within our stores where we have groups of people that are from different backgrounds that we can have a forum with them so they can tell us, what are we doing wrong? What could we be doing better? What could we be doing to really acknowledge all the differences between people and to be more sensitive and maybe to give extra resources to certain types of groups of people that might not have the same advantages that others do when it comes to finding employment. And so this is something that, we are currently doing, and you'll see a huge range of diversity in our current organization, and we're very committed to doing in Fresno.
In terms of your community advisory, I didn't see that diversity really reflected, at least in my perspective. One of the things that I think for me is important, as folks mentioned today, the war on drugs and who is really benefiting from the legalization of cannabis. And so what strikes me, and I'm not just saying for you guys, I think even other groups, is that no one is included at the table that has been impacted by the war on drugs, and it's like, how do you expect to make a difference in a community and an impact in people's lives when those people aren't at the table? So that to me is, I think, a major flaw for all those folks that are trying to get, licenses in cannabis here in the city of Fresno. I hope that if any of those get approved today, that there's a conscious effort in really changing that, because let's just look at the face of cannabis right now, you know, who is sitting here in front of us. And I think that that's an issue that this body has to wrestle with too, right? As we are facing a new era in our country, racial tension, we've seen, right? And it's like, who is here, you know, representing those groups that historically have been left behind? And I appreciate the $25 jobs that you guys will, you know, be providing maybe to brown and black folks or folks that have been, you know, impacted by cannabis. But I really hope that beyond, you know, putting some nice words on pieces of paper or saying nice statements today, that we really see a change in our community. That is what I'm interested in seeing. And this is not just directed at you guys. This is directed at everyone here in this room today and those that are hearing, because it is a serious issue. You know, how is it that we're going to reach out to the McCoys of the world, or how is it that, you know, your social equity, you know, program that you're so passionate about is really going to help people like the Georges of this world to really, those that were incarcerated, because I bet none of you guys, you know, were impacted by the war on drugs, but those that were really incarcerated have the opportunity to enter into the legal market and compete, because we know, and, you know, I know that we have a role in that in terms of the policy, but I think that it's important that as we think about this process, that we make those considerations as we're considering who's going to be an operator that really fits well, not only with the neighborhood, but really that has a vision to change the trajectory of people that have been impacted by the legalization or the illicit market, you know, previously to cannabis being legal. So that's why I bring those issues up. I'm extremely interested in really seeing some changes, not just, you know, nice words and commitments that maybe are fulfilled or not fulfilled. Sorry to, you know, get off my soapbox now. I have a couple other questions. When it comes to neighborhood complaints, and, you know, I'm a very proactive council member in my district, and the reason, I guess, to preface, you know, why I decided to participate in this public hearing today is because I wanted to hear the input from the neighborhood. That's important to me. And so in me considering making the appeal for the dispensaries in the Tower area, it was important for me to hear from my constituents. They want you there, or do they not? Do you fit? And so I'm the one that's going to get the phone calls. It won't even be the mayor. It will be me or my staff. And so what kind of processes do you guys have in place as it relates to the operation of your business, and how complaints are addressed or dealt with? Since you guys have, seems like a history in having other operations, how do you guys deal with those?
So I completely agree with you about being proactive. That's our MO. We are extremely proactive when we move into a neighborhood, and also as ongoing members of the neighborhood. So we have hosted open houses in this area to get to know the neighbors, to see what their concerns are, to see ways that we can adapt our business practices so that we really address those concerns and give them what they need in the neighborhood. So this for us means having regular events where people feel welcome and can come into the space. This means me personally attending neighborhood council meetings, which I do in our other locations. You know, as owners of the business, we're extremely hands-on, so you'll actually see our faces. You know, we're not just absentee owners sending maybe a manager in. We're really committed. This upcoming weekend, our ownership team is going to an event in in Riverside, with the community there, community cleanup event with the Board of Supervisors, to really, you know, show our commitment to the neighborhood, and we'll be doing that here as well. And then we do have a very formal procedure in place. So if someone comes to the store with a complaint, they'll immediately be able to talk to a manager. We'll document all the information. They will reach out to ownership. We'll make sure that we can promptly address that as quickly as possible. You know, we'll work with our security if there's any concerns, but we make ourselves very accessible to people, and we show them that we really care. And, you know, we've already loved getting to know the members of this neighborhood. The other way that we connect with the community is through the local artists. So we actually, you know, reach out to a lot of them and to arts organizations and meet with them and have them in the space, and they're bringing friends into the space to see their artwork. And so it's extremely important that the community feels connected to our location and feels like they have a say in what's going on. And so we're always willing to listen, to adapt, and to change things that need to change for their behalf.
And I'll just add from a little bit more of a formal perspective. On the door of all of our locations, there's a phone number so that if it's after hours or maybe somebody's intimidated and doesn't want to walk in, but they still would like to make a complaint, then they have the option to grab that phone number and email address from the door of the building. Additionally, you'll find that information on the Fresno specific website that we'll put up once we're up and running. We'll have the same information there. You can email in, you can call, you can walk in and speak to a manager, and then the process is followed that Lauren has already explained, which is that a manager would then reach out to the ownership team and make that discussion. We have newsletters, we have open houses, we have door-to-door canvassing when we're moving into a neighborhood so that everybody knows exactly who we are. We specifically knock on doors and meet neighbors and provide them with information on an open house so that they can see the facility, they can meet us, they can understand to the extent how our security system and plan is going to work to protect the neighborhood. And we have an extremely low number of, if any, complaints in relationship to the artistry. We have 100% compliance on both local and state level. And that's something that we really pride ourselves on because the procedures that we have in place are obviously working in the neighborhoods where we're currently located. And that's something that we would continue to bring to the city of Fresno.
So that phone number that you said, would that be the phone number that we would call to, if they called me and said, you know, something, some nuisance is being created by your business, who would I call?
You would call that number, and that number will be our general manager's cell phone number. So it's not just some, you know, helpline. You're going to get a real live person that's ready and willing to help you out. And so we do provide that direct line of communication.
I'd just like to add, council member, you can call me anytime you want. I will be here, and I'll expedite. If that number does not respond quickly enough for you, I'm here, I'm local. Please feel free to call, and if there's a problem, we will deal with it promptly.
Thank you. Then just in terms of accountability, so folks, not just you guys, I think the other applicants as well have spelled out, you know, a lot of information about, or promises that you guys are making to this community. How are we going to make sure that you guys are fulfilling those promises? You guys are talking about local hire. You guys are talking about, you know, labor peace agreement. You guys are going to be talking. So what happens if you don't meet those agreements?
We're going through a CUP process, and so we welcome the city to put conditions of approval on our license that are conditions that we have to meet, otherwise our license could be revoked. This is what other jurisdictions do, so whether it's a set financial contribution that has to be made to community benefits, whether it's a set number of local hires. We just passed in Oxnard, and we had to have a certain percentage of local hires, and through the city, because all of our employees will have to get police permits, you'll be able to see exactly what their information is, what their address is. So you can completely verify all of this information. You'll be able to get audited financial statements of our books, so you can see, you know, our taxes, our sales, other ways that we're spending our money. So, you know, we're an open book, and we totally are in favor of accountability. And so I think you have, through the conditions of approval, you have a lot of discretion to pick the things that are important to you and make that a requirement for us to operate.
And I also think that it's important to just note that we're willing to meet with you. So if you would like to set a monthly, a quarterly, yearly meeting to go over some of the information that Lauren has just discussed, let's do it. Let's sit down, let's talk. Let's talk about what the city council would like to see change based on business practices from, say, the prior 6 months or community efforts that we've made. If you don't feel like you're seeing us enough out there, then let's discuss it. We're in this to be a community partner. Yes, it's a business and we want to be business owners of this particular opportunity in Fresno, but this is also a partnership. So we really see working hand in hand with each one of you, whether you're the representative for District 1 or 3 or 6 or 7. We think that it's really important that we have the ability to speak with you directly. I was fortunate enough to speak with many of you before the moratorium was put into place about the artistry and some of the concerns that you had in your particular districts, and I appreciated the opportunity to do that because it really helped inform some of the decisions that we made when writing our application and putting together our business plan. And speaking just with other representatives in the city also helped. When we were speaking with, the Board of Trustee members of Fresno Unified, they mentioned Sequoia Middle School, which is where I was a teacher, needed a new dance equipment in their dance studio. And even though we weren't applying in District 7, we were like, or 5, we were like, okay, we're going to do this. And so we refurbished that dance studio in the middle of COVID, and now we understand they're getting to use that dance equipment, which is great. But that was because of a connection that we made with somebody, even though it wasn't our district, simply because we care about the community in Fresno and we care about the needs of the city. And so that's what we really want to leave with you today, is that if you would just keep us informed of what your needs are and communicate with us, then we would be happy to continue to adapt and improve whatever plans we have in place to ensure that we're meeting the goals of the city with their cannabis program.
Thank you. Those are all my questions.
All
We
right,
can move on to the
Councilmember
next.
Arias.
I just have 2 questions. Councilwoman Sawyer and I share the Tower District, and we might share more of it as we consider new boundaries. For the record, I want to be clear. You referenced that you have several parking spots. How many dedicated parking spots does the property currently have for your business?
There are currently 4 spots in the rear of the facility, so we are fully aware that we will need additional parking, and we're looking to the businesses immediately across the street, including the good company players who don't utilize their lot all day long. There is a lot of other available parking in that area, and so we feel confident we'll be able to rent additional spaces there, and then there is street parking.
Thank you. And just from my perspective, I'm sure I'm going to hear, because I've read in the applications, I've read every single sentence on every application before us today, these references about how these businesses are going to help the local community. Just as a reminder, Fresno Unified has a $1 billion budget. They received $900 million in federal rescue funds for the next 3 years. They have a 10% reserve, which is $100 million. That's not the kind of investment into the community that's going to convince me. What I'm looking for is, will these establishments improve the neighborhood in which they're located? That's what I'm looking for in all these applications. On the complaint side, every of my constituents has my personal cell phone. I guarantee you they don't have the city manager's cell phone. Yet every application indicates that there'll be communication with the city manager about complaints in the establishment and the neighborhood. I get that you guys were addressing some of the requirements outlined in the application process, but we're the front line for the residents. We're the front line for all the complaints. The city manager has a huge city to operate on a daily basis. He's not going to get the complaint about people parking on somebody's driveway. We will get the complaint. So from my perspective, I expect every owner on every establishment in the city to put their own cell phone numbers out so that they get those complaints directly, because you're the ones bringing that activity to the neighborhood. I've seen your application. I have similar concerns as the councilwoman outlined, but just wanted to make it clear for everyone. This isn't in the past, in my view, the city council chased revenue, hoping that it would result to better neighborhoods and a better city. I'm interested in improving neighborhoods and seeing the direct correlation between a business and the neighborhood's improvement. We just had a packed chamber a few months ago over a casino, which quite frankly, they were upset that we made them have a neighborhood meeting when they're moving into a residential neighborhood. That's expected, because most of the owners of our businesses don't live in the neighborhood, don't live in the city, don't deal with the nuisances, the activity, and neither do our city leadership. So I'm going to be very thoughtful in my deliberations and making sure that everybody understands this isn't about us or the tax revenue that you represent. It's about quality of life in those neighborhoods that you're proposing to move into. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilwoman Sorda, why don't we hear the next applicant, and then we can entertain anyone. Thank you for that presentation. So let's go on to item 1B. This is for the address at 1264 North Wishon. Then city manager, nothing. Okay. Just give our folks a little bit of time to disinfect and go through our safety protocols.
Do you want me to put the presentation up now?
Yeah, what do I press?
You're just going to do this, go forward, and go to the back.
Okay.
Will you be doing a presentation, Ms.
We'll
Austin?
be doing a
PowerPoint?
presentation, and I will be introducing my associates, and we'll be trading off. On
City Clerk, do you have that presentation teed up?
All right, are we ready? Okay.
We're ready.
Well, thank you for allowing us to present on our proposed dispensary in the Tower District. It's at 1264 Wishon Avenue. My name is Casey Austin Tibbetts. I'm a lifelong Fresno resident, and with me here today, I have my associate Anna Mendoza, who's part of Cookies Retail, our legal counsel, John Kinsey, and we have our architect, Virginia from RDC, who is available virtually. She's listening in if there's any questions as far as our architect design. So with that, I'm going to give you a little brief history. In 2016, the state of California improved the legalization of controlled cannabis, and they regulated it to the municipalities, the local municipalities, to decide how they wanted to do that. So fast forward to 2018, a 70%, I repeat, 70% of Fresno residents voted to legalize the sale of the marijuana business. This allows for increased tax revenue, a community benefits fund, and legal sales that will displace the black market. I was at an event yesterday that our DA, Lisa Smitkamp, said that the black market is now putting fentanyl into their cannabis. And that is what's going into the hands of children. I'm a mother, I'm a grandmother. That is the last thing I want for my community and for my family. And so with that, I'm going to hand it over to my associate, Anna.
Thank you, Casey. In this slide, you can just see the renderings of our proposed project, the interior and exterior. Next slide, please. And I just wanted to walk you all through a customer journey at one of our dispensaries. So upon the customer getting to the front door, they will be greeted by security who will verify that they have their ID on them and that they are of appropriate age. They will then be led into the lobby where they will be greeted by the receptionist who will input their information, vet their ID, and put it into our database. At that point, they will then be buzzed into the retail floor. Mind you, they've already been vetted twice. Once they are on the retail floor, they will be greeted by a sales associate with an iPad who will be able to retrieve their personal information that the receptionist just put in the lobby. They will be able to see their previous orders, fulfill their order on the retail floor. By the time the customer gets to the point of sale desk, their order will already have been fulfilled, and the average customer journey is approximately 7 to 10 minutes. So we are very efficient. We do a great job. We have 100% compliance record, both in the jurisdictions and on the state level. And we are looking to create approximately 32 jobs in this community. One thing that is not part of this presentation that I wanted to bring up, because I've heard it multiple times today, is the WeHo articles. And I want to start by saying, Anybody who has read those will understand that they are very racially charged. They are targeting part of our demographic, which is Black and brown people. And the WeHo neighborhood is very affluent, and our dispensary is in the city of Los Angeles. So there was an issue. I will say, out of our 35 dispensaries throughout the nation, this is the most successful dispensary probably in the nation. So rightfully, you know, with all of the success we've had there, we also had some complaints, which were addressed immediately. Since then, at all of the DCC meetings, we have received recently glowing reviews about how we've turned things around. We've hired additional staff. We've hired additional security. We've increased the perimeter review to make sure that there is no littering, loitering, or any kind of nuisances happening. And so I just wanted to address that because I've heard it multiple times. And it even came up in the city of Oxnard, and thank goodness that those council members had reviewed the articles in advance and identified right away the source of some of the negative comments. So that was not part of this presentation, but I wanted to address it. And with that, I'll hand it over to John.
No.
Oh, sorry, Casey.
It's me. Okay, again, I am Casey Austin Tibbetts. I am local. I am a fourth-generation Fresnan. My grandsons are sixth-generation Fresnans, and I grew up in the Tower District. I partnered with Cookies for 3 reasons. The sense of community. That I was being raised in the Tower District, the sense of community is just drilled into you from a very early age, and that it's something you take pride in, and you find out what your community needs, and if you can give it, you should. And then the other one is employees. Again, growing up in Fresno, I have learned that we are a tale of two cities, and we need to bring more well-paid, blue-collar positions that you can actually support a family on. And these positions, you can do that. We also we have 401k health benefits, and something I'm particularly proud of in our employee package is that each employee, full-time employee, will be given 40 hours a year of paid volunteer time. Now, they can volunteer in something that they're passionate about, an organization, or they don't have to worry about taking time off to participate in their child's school. They can go on that field trip. They can volunteer with the PTA. They can be a part of their child's education. As a single parent who didn't have that option, I was constantly tormented. Do I participate and lose a day's wages, and how are we going to make ends meet at the end of the month? Or do I go to work and lose out on this valuable time with my child? So that is something I took from my roots as a single parent. I raised my children by myself, that I brought into this. And the Cookies family embraced it and has continued it in other locations. Also, equity. We'll go a little bit more into equity, but we are providing continuing education, just like other dispensaries. We will find the need. We're working with Breaking the Chains to offer employment opportunities once their victims have gone through their program. We're working with the EOC Street Saints, the NAACP, and Barrios Unidos, and United Way on their equity program and their prosperity program. And so with that, we did a public outreach. On June 10th, 2021, I canvassed the neighborhood along with two other young women, and we canvassed the 1,000-foot radius, and we got a ton of signatures. I popped up a tent in the parking lot, and people from the age of 21 to 83 came, and it was 100% in support, and frankly couldn't believe it hadn't happened already. So with that, I will hand it over to John. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, one thing I wanted to add.
Could you speak into the mic just to make sure we record that?
One thing I wanted to add about equity as well is that in a lot of industries, if you have anything on your record or you're a returning citizen, you are at a disadvantage you actually have an advantage at our organization. That gives you hiring preferential treatment, returning citizens and people with drug convictions. So I just wanted to add that.
Thank you.
Good morning, council members. John Kinsey. So we're here to talk about the appeal. We understand that the purpose of the appeal was to address any particular comments that the council or the public might have. We feel that we have, I think a very good positive story to tell. Ultimately, Lemonade has taken extensive measures to ensure the business won't impact the surrounding community. And I think that the testimony that you've heard today from members of the business community talking about how this is going to have a positive impact on the Tower District neighborhood, I think was really powerful. They want this because of the added security and enhancement of the neighborhood in an area that really needs some attention. Lemonade is an experienced operator. It has 35 stores across the nation and internationally, and so this is a use that knows how to avoid crime and other nuisance behaviors. This is also a business that takes security very seriously. It doesn't want to have impacts on the surrounding neighborhood, so they try to address that at the forefront. Nobody under 21 is allowed to enter, except unless you're 18 to 20 with a medical ID. That security check happens before you can even enter the building, and then once you're in a lobby, you have to get buzzed into the sales area. Those procedures are very strict, and in fact, there's been studies that have shown that in the last year, there hasn't been a single incident with dispensaries actually allowing somebody in their store who was too young to be there. So this is a very robust security system, and that applies throughout the industry, but it's particularly important to Lemonade. The applicant doesn't carry disposable vape pens. All of the packaging on the retail floor is display only, and all live product is behind the counter in shelves like you would see at a drugstore, and it's only accessible by staff. There are also several other security features. There wasn't enough room to list all of them, but I do want to point out that there is full video surveillance, not just of the exterior, the interior, and all the point of sale locations. But there are security guards on site, no less than 2. And all the packaging is opaque and includes reminders that the public is not to consume any product within the store or in public in the exterior of the store. Finally, the Lemonade really is committed to benefiting Fresno and in particular the surrounding community. It does provide a high-class storefront, captures tax revenue, combats the unregulated cannabis market, and provides a safe location for the community to securely purchase cannabis products. So with that, we'd be happy to answer any questions the council may have.
All right, Councilwoman Soria.
Thank you, Council President. I'm going to kind of ask the same question, so you guys are kind of know what I've asked previously, so I want to kind of stay consistent. I have had a chance to read through your guys' application as well, but I like, for the purpose of the public knowing, in terms of, the benefits. What is it that you guys can talk about that you guys are doing, and maybe differently than others, that is going to benefit the neighborhood and the community at large?
Well, one immediate thing that's going to benefit immediately where the B of A building is that we are going to continue the string lighting that's along Olive. We're going to continue it along Fern. There was a mention about how that area they used to do a lot of festivals and events. I remember that as a little girl. I used to take art lessons right in there, and so they were constantly going on events. I'm old enough to remember when Livingston's first opened, so I remember what was there before, vaguely. And so I want to bring back that sense of community, and I think that string lighting, having events, sponsoring. During Pride, we sponsored a movie night in our parking lot, and we want to be connected to the immediate community and find the need and where it needs to happen. I mean, we know the organizations that serve the community. I know that Barrios Unidos does great things for the community. I know the EOC does great things for the community, but I want to be connected, and that's why I reached out to Tower Marketing. You look at our philanthropy board, there are actually Tower residents on there that will have a voice in how we use our resources and use them wisely that benefit the direct community.
Perfect. I also just wanted to note, so I did notice that there are some representatives from the Tower neighborhood in your guys' advisory, so I do applaud those efforts. I think that makes a significant difference. But I did want to echo what I said earlier. What strikes me is that in these advisories, no one has someone that has been impacted by the war on drugs that could speak to, hey, how do we benefit and how do we really change that issue that has impacted brown and black communities. So, I just want to reiterate that because I think that it's important, and that while I appreciate, some of the work and the investments that you guys do to try to address that I think that that's still, an important piece. So take that with a grain of salt, but I think that that's something that you guys should be thinking about. Additionally, when we think about, community benefit, I think the other group also talked about, some of the investments that they did kind of to the community at large. And I know that you guys outlined a lot of the work that you guys have done up to now and some of the commitments that you guys have, both for you guys and, the other applicant, I think, and other applicants. I think that you guys really need to look to the neighborhoods, because it's going to be these neighborhoods that feel the impact directly from the additional traffic, from the additional business. So I think when you guys are thinking about your guys' investments, to think about those organizations that do operate in the tower. I'm glad that you guys are working hand in hand with the marketing committee. But there are other also organizations like Neighborhood Industries who does a tremendous amount of work. I'm very surprised that no one in the tower that's coming to the tower has actually, included them in their application, just because of the value that they provide to the neighborhood. So just wanted to put that out there. Also, my second question as it relates to employees, and I know Casey, that you talked about, this was one of the reasons that you chose Cookies as a partner. And so can you speak more in detail in terms of really the employee benefits? Also, similarly to what I asked the other applicant, the labor peace agreement. Can you guys speak to that, please?
We have signed a labor peace agreement with UFCW 8. And we, as far as the employee benefits, like I said, we offer a 401k, full medical, vacation, continuing education through either the State Center, or we also have a Cookies University that teaches cultivation, management skills, and even the soft skills. A lot of the younger generation, and I can say that because I have children of the younger generation that are out there in the career world, is that they don't know the simple soft skills, and those are things that we plan on working with local organizations on getting, whether they work with us or they go to work at a law firm, that they need to learn how to present, how to make a resume, what to wear at an interview. And so we will sponsor programs like that that directly benefit the community. And I welcome any organization in the Tower District and our other surrounding locations to reach out to me. And my phone number is available. I think many people in this room have my phone number already. And I encourage you to say, hey, this is an organization that you need to check out, that needs some help, and you guys need to, not only with dollars, but with your time. And I make a commitment for you that I will do that, and I ask you and the whole council to hold me accountable to that commitment.
Thank you. In line with what I asked also previously, obviously diversity and social equity are things, I think, words that were also used in your guys' application. Can you tell me, what does diversity and social equity mean to you guys, and what is it that you guys are committing to do to ensure that this is really happening with cookies and what you guys provide to the community at large?
As somebody who has personally been impacted by the war on drugs, not just me, but also my children, I take this very seriously. I appreciate.
Can you get closer to the mic so that we could hear you?
I appreciate the fact that the council is concerned about this. It is very near and dear to my heart. We have 20% of our shelf space dedicated to social equity brands to promote people who were negatively impacted. We really want to market their product and have them see some success in this industry. We have Cookies U, which teaches people who have been negatively impacted all the skill sets to have success in this industry. As far as employment, we give preference to returning citizens and people who have cannabis convictions in their background. And I am one of the founders of Cookies Retail. I'm a Latina, and I have a voice at the table.
In terms of, what you just talked about, the types of employees that you guys do target, can you maybe provide do you guys have some data in terms of the employees? Is it, 30%? Is it 20% of those that you guys employ are those types of folks?
That's a great question, and I don't have that information on me today, but I could definitely get that for you. But that's a great question.
Well, and I asked that because I know that most applicants have said, oh, we're going to do 100% local hire, we're going to do target veterans, target foster, target all this. So I'm assuming you guys would have some accounting of, your data and demographics of your employees. So it'd be great as a council to see, because I want to see, hey, since you guys are not new operators, you guys have other operations, it would be nice to see your guys' commitments, right, in terms of that you guys have followed through in your other dispensaries.
Okay, I feel confident that we have. I don't have, and I've met the people personally, and I get to work with our social equity applicants day in and day out. I would say 10% of our stores nationwide actually have a social equity applicant attached to them. That said, I apologize, I don't have the specific numbers for you today.
No. Okay, thank you. Let me see. What else? Oh, I know, Casey, you talked about this kind of earlier in terms of you have, folks up here for the most part have your contact, but similarly, in terms of complaints, essentially, we are the boots on the ground. I get the complaints, from things that are happening in the neighborhood every day. And so what is your guys' complaint or concern process that you guys go through, with council members or with the neighborhood? What is it that you guys, how do you guys deal with that?
Well, I will be the point of contact. I live here. For all of the locations, I will be the point of contact, and I like to I've been a private business owner my whole life. I like to get ahead of the problem before it becomes a real issue. And so that being said, we will have quarterly meetings in our communities. I plan to be a member of the variety of organizations and business organizations in the Tower District, so I'm involved in there. So if there is an issue that our 36 parking stalls are taken up and one of our customers crossed the street, I will deal with that issue. I will deal with that issue. We have plenty of parking and we're well equipped, but if there is ever an issue, I will deal with it, and I will make sure that it is handled way before it's a problem.
Okay. Then just, I think I have two more other questions.
And just one other thing. On our windows, we always have a hotline posted, and we have a cell phone which staff takes custody of for a 24-hour period. So a live person should always answer that line. And you also have Casey, so there you go. Plan A and B.
Thank you. So there was a number, I think, of promises and commitments made it throughout the application process. How are we keeping you guys, or how are you guys gonna, one, stay accountable? And, you know, in terms of with the other dispensaries that you guys already have operating, have you guys been able to fulfill what you guys, you know, I'm assuming you guys have promised us similar things that you guys have been able to fulfill in other communities. Can you speak to
Absolutely. In other communities, a lot of times, depending on the state, it's either done via development agreement, it's done via a CUP, or in other, you know, there are different enforcement mechanisms throughout the nation, but in California in particular, what I've experienced is the CUP or a development agreement. And we've also included, I believe we included it in this RFP, a letter from the city of Modesto where our community benefits was outlined in our CUP, and they gave us a letter of recommendation. So, thank you.
Perfect. So I did want to go back to, and I appreciate you addressing some of those comments that are concerns that have been raised by folks in terms of some of these safety issues. And so I appreciate some of the comments that you preface or try to explain on what happened in the city of LA. But aside from that particular location, in terms of other issues of safety, can you speak to that? Have there been any other issues that folks have raised, or?
Not that I'm aware of. Can you help me understand?
Well, I guess, you know, I'm alluding to the articles that you tried to explain earlier, right?
Oh, so the WeHo, so that is a particular person owns this newspaper or this media outlet. And like I mentioned, this is one of the most successful dispensaries in the nation. And so we have a lot of foot traffic there, and how we address the concerns about littering and loitering and whatnot. We hired additional security, we hired additional staff, we increased our patrols for trash cleanup, and again, at the last several DCR meetings, we've had people come up and support and really applaud our efforts on how we've turned it around. So we addressed it immediately.
Okay. And that's what I want to make sure that folks know, because I know that there's been, you know, comments made, and so I want to make sure that for, not just for you guys, I think for any applicant, I think that's always a concern because of the type of industry in terms of cannabis. And so making sure that the neighborhood feels that it is going to be safe, and that whatever concerns that they may have with safety or litter or blight, that can be addressed and will be taken care of by those that you know, have ownership of the business. Did you have something else to say?
No, I was just going to add, at this particular location, it's a little personal as far as
Can you speak in the mic, please?
the safety. My parents live 2 blocks from this location, so the last thing I want is to cause a problem, and the last thing I want really is my mother calling me to tell me there's a problem. Because it's one thing to answer to you, Councilman Story, it's another thing to answer to Mrs. Austin. And I don't want to do that, even at my 52 years of age. So let me just say that I take personal responsibility for the safety of all of mine, not only because I grew up in the tower, my parents are still there, but my son is also in law enforcement, and I don't want to have to answer to him at Sunday dinner and put any embarrassment onto my family. And that includes, the family includes my community.
Okay. The other specific question that I have for you guys in terms of design, because I know that there's been at least some criticisms that I've heard regarding the design and how it can attract, you know, youth or whatnot. I take pride in the tower, and, you know, Councilmember Arias and I have made significant investments in the last few years to try to revitalize that area. So I want to make sure that the design is high class, that it doesn't just look like, or that it doesn't look like it's attracting young people. So I know that you guys have a sample, and I think folks have provided samples of their designs. Are those final design samples, or?
We still have to go through the CUP process.
Okay. So is the design that you guys have for your dispensary, is that the one that you guys commonly use throughout? I don't think I've ever been to one of your guys' dispensaries, so I'm trying to figure out if this is how they look.
Oh, they're very high-end.
Okay.
They,
And I guess I'm talking about the outside design. I'm not talking about the inside.
the interior's top-notch, and we do a great job on the exterior, too. Our stores are beautiful.
Because I know that that's been a big concern, obviously, for the community. They want to make sure that the buildings obviously come to life. I know that building has been vacant for a long time, so that's why I ask that question. Okay, those are all the questions that I have for now. Thank you for your presentation, and thank you for answering the questions that I had.
All right, Councilmember Arias, you're punched up, and then Councilmember Bredefeld after.
Thank you, Council President. I tend to be a lot more direct than my colleague Soria, so bear with me. But I'd like you to directly address the complaints out of the West Hollywood situation, and let me give you some context. Folks assume that these kind of establishments will improve safety in the area because they have cameras. The cameras only identify an incident. It requires police to respond to that incident. None of this revenue from cannabis is going to directly fund or result in more police officers in that neighborhood where these locations are established. So they won't be an increased safety from officers because there is no direct correlation between your establishment, and it's not a part of a condition that we're putting on the establishments. So if anything, it may result in more calls for service for the area, just the way liquor stores do, gas stations with alcohol licenses. That's why we track incidents of calls for incidents. So I want to know up front, if there's incidents that require significant police response in that establishment, what's going to be the action that your company's going to take?
Okay, so just to give you some insight, we work very closely with the police department, and they actually can have access to our cameras. And not only do our cameras monitor our facility, but we also have found a great tool for our local police department when we do some outward-facing cameras for their review. So we've worked really closely with other PDs in putting together that feature, and we've had a lot of positive feedback. Did that capture it?
Who's going to be responsible for the day-to-day operations?
The day-to-day operations, we will have a manager on site. The manager will be the person responsible for any sort of nuisances. They will be the first line of defense.
And if that doesn't work, who's then responsible?
You can call me, you can call Casey, you can call any of us. We will answer the phone. This is our livelihood. These are communities where we're asking permission to be a part of, these communities. So we need to be good neighbors.
I'm glad you mentioned neighbors. I saw your social responsibility plan, and your advisory committee includes Dr. Jackie Ryle, former city clerk, Lanisha Senegal, Darius Assimi, Brad Stevens, Kayla Heron, Daniel Renteria. Of those, it's my read that maybe one of them's from the neighborhood. What was the thinking when putting together a social responsibility plan of folks who are not from the neighborhood?
Well, we applied at multiple locations, and I strive for diversity and throughout Fresno. So we have we have representatives in District 3, which we didn't apply in. We have representatives in District 5, I believe, and District 7 that we didn't apply in. And so therefore, I wanted to make sure that not only were we diverse, but we were representing the city as a whole.
Have any of these individuals been part of the war on crime? Do they have any formal convictions for drugs? How are they going to help, feed the development of a social responsibility plan if they've never been experienced the war on drugs?
Well, directly, my business partner, Anna, she has experience in there, as well as some of the members help individuals with that, and we also will be sponsoring expungement clinics through our philanthropy.
So, and excuse me, you're the partner, where do you live at?
I live in Southern California.
In Southern California?
Yes.
So who are you going to rely on locally to help you understand what the victims of war on drugs need outside of running an expungement clinic that lawyers can operate?
I will work with the local organizations directly. That's why I have already started a relationship with Barrios Unidos, EOC Street Saints, and the NAACP. And so I plan on working with those individuals directly, one-on-one, outside of the philanthropy board and with the philanthropy board. I want to be a stronger member in this community, and this is an avenue to do that.
And as you know, this application requires a conditional use permit, and safety for your specific company, it's on the forefront given the documented history in other cities. And I recognize, your comment about it's a media entity that one individual owns. We have that here in Fresno too. We have individuals got into the business of media, and they control their narrative. But for us, the concern is if there's incidents of shootings, if there's multiple incidents, is the applicant going to be comfortable with the city imposing conditions on that application that would result in revoking your license if there's calls for service that do the opposite of improving safety in the neighborhood?
Yeah, hold us accountable.
Okay. And then my last point, I did see your interior, looks good. Of all the exteriors, personally, I think yours is the worst. Big yellow on a big wall. I don't think it fits the Tower District, culture and artistry world, but that personal view would not in any way impact my decision on your application.
We will also take, we'll also have to take it to the Tower Review Committee, which will probably share your opinion.
And we'll work with the community.
All right, Councilmember Bredefeld.
Yeah, I have just a couple of things with your proposal as well as the other. You're called Cookies Lemonade brand, and that's a bit of a problem for me because I'm already worried about drawing kids to marijuana, and you're called lemonade. It's just something that troubles me. Are you troubled at all? I imagine not, because you came up with it, and I don't understand maybe the thinking behind labeling that.
So the name actually came from one of the most sought-after strains in the world that our founder and CEO, Berner, and his partner, Jai, created while crossbreeding strains in a garage in the Sunset in San Francisco. So that's where the name originated from. That said, as a mother, I totally hear your concerns. And one thing we've done in other jurisdictions is replace the signage with the word cookies with the discrete C-Bite logo. So only people who know what they're looking for know what they're looking at. So that C-Bite logo is not Google searchable. Again, only people who know what they're looking at know what it is.
Okay, because I could see young kids, hey, let's go get some cookies and lemonade. Wink, wink. That would be a trouble for me. And you said 20% of your brands are social equity brands. What does that mean?
We reserve 20% of our prime real estate shelf space for social equity brands, to promote local social equity brands.
Okay, I still don't know what does that mean?
What does that mean? It means people who have been negatively impacted by the war on drugs, who have created their own brands, their own packaging, whatever their angle is, we want to promote them and uplift them. And so we've dedicated 20% of our prime shelf space to carry their product.
So those people who, when marijuana was illegal, violated the law, got arrested, now have prime real estate, 20% in your store?
Legacy operators.
Okay, thank you, I appreciate that.
Yeah, for sure.
And can I ask, the artistry folks to come on up for a second? Artistry. Thank you very much for your presentation as well. I want to commend staff, first of all. Jennifer, city manager, I think you gave an awesome presentation. If I was inclined to support these kinds of businesses, which I am not and won't, I would support you because I think you put together a first-class operation. I think your exterior, your interior is done very well, and so I want to recognize that. You know, Prop 64 passed. I voted against it. My district voted against it. I think this is a misguided thing that this city council for the last several years has been doing. Most cities don't engage in these dispensaries. I know some do. And we went in, all in, full head, 100%. We not only have 21 dispensaries throughout the city, we're involved in the manufacture, distribution, testing of marijuana. I mean, we went all in because the former mayor said the pot and the roads are paved with gold with this, and let's get in this. Now, I don't buy that. I don't think this is going to eliminate the black market. Having said that, it passed. I accept when things pass. And I don't know if did we meet? I thought so. It seems like I recall that, and I kind of said that I wouldn't support this, but I appreciate it. And you've demonstrated really that you deserve the opportunity to get this since this is going to happen. I suspect you're not going to get it today. Just my feeling. I think that's going to happen unfairly. And I think the city manager and Jennifer did an outstanding job that you were actually selected. I just wanted to be on public record and say that. I think you did a great job. Having said that, I also believe, as somebody said, that this is a gateway drug for many people. I'm a clinical psychologist. I've worked with people who've been addicted for many, many years. Most of them started smoking marijuana. I think if you go to San Francisco and see all of the drug abuse and what the filth, most of those people have been on marijuana in the past, started with that, and are obviously into much more serious things today. So I have a very different view from my professional experience as well as just my belief system, and so I don't think it's an outdated term to say that. I also believe that people are being somehow turned into victims who violated the law with drugs. They're now a victim of the war on drugs. I think laws are meant to be upheld, and I think our society, as we've seen, we are filled with drugs everywhere, and I'm not sure that moving in this direction, and you guys can sit down. I don't mean to talk to you. I just wanted to tell you about what I thought in terms of your presentation.
Do we have the opportunity to comment?
On what I'm saying?
Yes, after your...
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Certainly, if you want to. I'm also very troubled about this whole social equity part of it, because I believe people who apply for jobs, the best person, the most qualified person should be selected for any job. I think selecting people based on gender, race, sexuality, religion, whether you've been convicted of a crime or not, and giving preference on that is the wrong direction. It's the wrong direction our country's gone. I think we've seen some of that throughout our government. People selected on those kinds of variables instead of the most qualified is the wrong direction. I perhaps may be old school at this point, but I believe people who apply should be selected based on their qualities in terms of experience, education, the things they bring to a job, not based on race, gender, sex, religion. I think it's all misguided, and it's not what we should be doing, and yet it's heavily embraced. When you were talking about the CUP, people up here were asking you, okay, well, what are you willing to do? And you said, well, I'd be willing to make financial contributions, unionize employees. I frankly don't think people should be asking you to do a tap dance up here and say, what are you willing to do in order for us to give you this? Because you're at a disadvantage. You need this, you want this is your business. I think it's frankly terrible that we do that. And when I had people before the moratorium came, they came and I was willing to meet with them, and they said, hey, we'd love to donate to your charity. I said, no, thank you. But this is the tap dance that people do, and they do it up here. What are you willing to do? How much are you willing to do? And so I think it's misguided. It's wrong. I don't think you should do the tap dance, but I understand you're behind the 8 ball. And I've seen this kind of actions from this council when we had Club One. and Mr. Kirkland here. They treated him poorly. I think, frankly, you're being treated poorly today because there's no reason, from what I can see, why you should be here, other than people have some other agendas. And we saw that with Club One. And I think this is more of the same today with you in particular. I also want to thank the superintendent of Clovis Unified and the principal of Pinedale for coming. I agreed with all of your comments. We shouldn't be having these dispensaries by school. We shouldn't have them labeled cookies or lemonade at all. And so I think this is all misguided. I won't be supporting you today if there's a vote, not because I don't think you warrant it. I just disagree with the whole concept of bringing dispensaries into this city, and certainly bringing manufacturing, distribution, and testing, which is what this council has done. You said you wanted to comment, and so please.
Yes, so first, I completely respect your views, and you have, we respect the views of people that don't want cannabis to be legalized, but the main thing I wanted to say is the reason that cannabis was initially legalized is because it's a medicine, and it has legitimate medical benefits, and that's the reason that we got into this industry, because my partners had a grandma who was suffering with cancer. She was looking for medical cannabis. She didn't feel safe going into a store. She was having trouble accessing it, and they saw that we need to make spaces where it's truly accessible to people that are just like all of us.
Well, let me interrupt you for a second, because I support that. And when this council came before years ago, initially it was about medicinal marijuana, and I voted yes. So did my colleague, Supervisor Brandow, who was a councilman then. And then guess what? It kind of got flipped a little bit, which I suspected, and it became all about recreational, not only recreational, but now testing, manufacturing, and distribution. As far as medicinal marijuana, I'm fully supportive of it. But this council and the prior council, that wasn't enough. So we wanted to get into recreational and make sure everybody who just wanted to smoke marijuana could have it. So I agree with you on the medicinal, though.
Yeah, I just want you to know that is a big, significant part of our customer base. And even here, people that, maybe they're not suffering from a serious illness, but they have anxiety, they have a sleep disorder, they have pain. These are people that come into our spaces and that we can actually help them to have a better quality of life. And so that, I think, is just an important consideration with all of these businesses, is that that is another benefit we're bringing to the public, that maybe they don't feel comfortable buying something on the street, and who knows if it's safe or not, but we actually have wellness products that have been proven to be helpful for a lot of things. And then I know you said you're not in support, and I appreciate your honesty totally, but I just want to say, the consideration today is because we are allowing these businesses who are the best operators, and we had the application process to determine that. And so I do think that the city did a great job with all the people that got selected in the districts, with finding the people that are the best, that are really going to give back the most to the community. And so I'm really urging you to make a motion to support our business to move forward, because I think that we've shown that you have a lot of options. There were many, many people who applied, I think over 70. And so among all of those, we've really proven that we will be the best asset to this local community and to the city of Fresno.
Thank you, and good job to the city manager and Jennifer Ruiz.
And I just had one quick comment to your point about cannabis businesses having to basically put on a dog and pony show as far as what they're going to do in the community. I personally, when I first started working with the artistry, I'm responsible to help develop the community benefit plan. And because I've always been a philanthropically minded person, it was my favorite part of the entire process. And even with some other clients that I've worked with along the way, it's my favorite part of that process too. It's a generally known concept in this industry, so we don't look at it as, okay, can we throw out the highest dollar amount in order to get selected? The artistry has never operated in that way.
How about being forced to unionize your employees? You in favor of that?
I mean, boy.
Okay, got the answer. Thank you.
I'm not sure that I necessarily should be the one speaking on behalf of unionizing, but it is the law. It's the law. It's the law at the state level. It's the law at the local level. And as cannabis operators, we are required to to adhere to the law. Now, whether or not you're for or against unions, I'm not really sure. I once held a political office in a small town up in Northern California, and it was a unionized business, and I had to deal with it.
I'm not for or against unions. I'm against forcing people to unionize.
And there's certainly a legal argument, I would agree.
Just like forcing people to take vaccines.
And Council President.
Do you have any other questions, Councilmember Bredefeld?
My point was just to say that we are excited about the
Council
benefit portion.
President, I just
Thank you for that.
wanna-
And just one quick second, and just a friendly reminder from my friend and colleague, Councilman Bertefeld, you could have appealed the ones in your district in this process, and
Yes.
we still will be able to appeal them
I don't
during the
need to appeal
CUP
because
process, right?
they're required, you're allowed to have 3 in your district. It's what this council adopted, and so I accept that. I accept the will of the council.
Do you want to make a motion to approve this one?
Council President, I do
Yes.
want to just point out one thing for the public's benefit. I think folks forget that I would rather not have this 5-10 hour meeting today, but the process that we set up intentionally was the council members and the council don't get to see the applications until the city manager has given preliminary awards. At that time, we get the full application. So our only opportunity, we also have a no contact provision to ask questions about each application is here in this public hearing. So we're here because that's the process we set up to protect the applicants and the governing body from any conflict of interest that's inappropriate. So I would, rather have our regular council meeting tomorrow, but this is the necessary step to ensure everyone is protected and everything is up to par and legitimate.
And that was my decision, Councilmember Arias. I wanted to make sure we had one day just specifically for this. Councilwoman Soria, I think you had just some questions for the
Yes,
city
I
manager to
had
wrap
two
up.
questions for the city manager, but before that, I just want to make sure that the record is corrected because no one up here is requiring anyone to unionize. It was questions because they actually addressed it in their application. So let the record reflect that no one is being forced to unionize. It was a question to be asked so that the public knows exactly what kind of business they're going to run their operation as and what kind of benefits employees will or will not have. I think that that's a fair assessment. That was part of the application and the criterias, or one set of the criteria that was asked about. And so I think that it's fair that the public knows and that we ask those questions since we didn't have the opportunity, as Councilmember Arias mentioned earlier, to meet with individuals ahead of time. And so I hope that the record reflects the accuracy of or the inaccuracy of those statements made. City Manager, I just had a couple questions because I know that both applicants made significant, promises on their applications, and I'm assuming as part of the preliminary approvals and the conditions that will probably be added at the next level of the process in terms of, operating hours, the condition of the building or the property, enhancements that are promised, the local hire commitments, and the social equity commitments. How often will those be monitored? And then will status reports be provided to the council on a periodic basis?
The answer is yes, we are going to be monitoring, and so we're working with the city attorney's office now to kind of understand how we want to do the monitoring, inspection, and enforcement of the cannabis operators. And so, so we're thinking of it, or I'm thinking of it in terms of like a food establishment where the county health department goes in, depending on the risk, once a month, once a quarter, once 6 months. So we're working on that schedule right now, but we will do those on a scheduled, routine basis, and we will establish the rules for that. We'll create the checklist of things we will go through. A lot of that will fall out of, as you indicated, the CUP process that will be conditioned upon the applicants. And then every license, I think as some of the applicants have indicated, is subject to denial every year. Every year they've got to renew that license, and so depending upon the level of activity, we could rescind that license.
City Manager, does that include also calls for service for our police department?
Correct. Yeah, so our police department will have an input as well.
Okay, perfect. And then just lastly, in terms of just design and improvements for buildings and so forth, especially for those in the Tower District, will those changes to the exterior be reviewed by the Tower Design Review Committee before final approval?
Correct, yes.
Okay, just wanted to make sure we put that for the record. So there will be an additional layer of public process for that. Perfect, thank you.
Councilmember Bertefeld, I think he still had a
Yes,
question.
Casey, I just want to ask you a quick question. with this cookies, do they sell shirts with cookies to kids?
Not to kid, you have to, in the store, you have to be 21 and over to come in. Now, other retailers, major chain retailers do carry cookies, clothes.
Okay.
I don't have control over that, but my dispensaries, they will be walking in, they will be over 21 and buying, if they buy a T-shirt or a sweatshirt.
Okay. Well, again, it falls in line with what I said before because all of it is
It's-
the same marketing
It's
to young
just
folks.
like the same major retailer would have a Miller Lite T-shirt and sell it to a 10-year-old.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
All right. I think this council might need samples before the day is over, or still. Get them some cookies or lemonade or something else. Thank you all for your presentation. Thank you to my colleagues. Councilwoman Soria, are we entertaining any motions today?
Thank you, Council President. So I do appreciate all the public that participated and folks that presented today. I would like to make a motion for the property located on 1264 North Wishon Boulevard in the Tower District.
Motion was made by Councilwoman Soria, seconded by Vice President Esparza.
That's a motion to approve the application?
That's correct. For this one, the one located at 1264 North Wishon Boulevard.
Is that's the cookies one?
Yes.
Okay.
Does All right, motion was made, seconded. Any opposition?
I'm opposed.
Okay, motion carries. All right, any other motions? All right, seeing none, we will move on to item 1C, but we're going to take a quick lunch break. We'll be back at 1:30, and if we could have our folks join us back at that time, we'll resume our council meeting. Thank you. right, time is now 1:32. We are back in session and we will continue where we left off. We'll go on to item 1, I believe it's item 1C. This is in Councilmember Carbasi's district. I think we have the applicant that will also be making a presentation, same as last time. Do we have the applicant here now? You can come up, Ms. Austin.
I have a presentation. Oh, great, thank you.
City Clerk, do we have that presentation teed up, Marco?
Okay, we ready to go?
Ready.
We are missing two. And
It's
their
all right,
opinion-
go ahead.
There you
c-
go.
You could start the presentation.
Okay.
I'm cutting into your 10 minutes, Casey.
Okay, well, I will be brief. Oh, my goodness, tough. I will be brief, and I'm going to yield a lot of my time to my partner and John Kinsey that are with me here today, as well as Kent Rodriguez, our architect for this project. We've already established that the voters approved this at 70%. And we are going to talk about more of the experience. I think this is particularly important with this dispensary, and so I'm going to hand it over to Anna Mendoza. And Anna?
Good afternoon. Okay, where are we? So you can see here the lemonade store. Again, the customer experience, IDs are checked by security at the door. Also, once they get into the lobby, the customer's ID is then put into our database, at which time, once they've been thoroughly vetted, they're buzzed into the retail floor where they are greeted by a sales associate who pulls up their information on an iPad and fulfills their order. So by the time they get to the checkout desk, their order is fulfilled and they are on their way. Again, the average customer experience is 7 to 10 minutes, and we are expected to create 32 middle-class jobs. All right, next slide. Oh, thank you.
Again, I'm Casey Austin. I am the majority owner of this proposed location. I, as well as, I am a lifelong Fresno resident, and I live approximately about 5 minutes from this location, give or take traffic, maybe 10 if it's heavy commuting holiday traffic. And we are going to discuss the community benefits. Again, we will employ about 32 people. We have a community plan that has reached out to various organizations that will help us with employment, and 20% of our shelf space at this location, again, will belong to social equity clients, individuals as well. We have signed a labor peace agreement with UFCW 8 on this location, and we will do quarterly town hall meetings after we are licensed with the neighborhood, and we have met with the neighborhood businesses on the Blackstone corridor. That's where we will be directed, and that's where our business storefront will be. And now I'm going to hand it over to John.
Thank you, council members. The appeal was filed, and we understand the grounds for the appeal were concerns about the proximity to Pinedale Elementary School specifically. But we also read through the email comments, and obviously want to take those to heart and address some of those. Those primarily related to to crime and security concerns. One of the things that I wanted to mention, by the way, and this is something that Anna mentioned previously, is that there is going to be a phone number that folks can contact in the event that there are any concerns. And obviously, you all know Casey. So the appeal is based on Section 93307C of the Fresno Municipal Code. What that does is it says that no buildings in which a cannabis retail business is located shall be no closer than 800 feet from any property boundary containing any of the following, and that includes a school. Here, the proposed building, we're dealing with a site that currently doesn't have a building on it. And what that does is it provides us with an opportunity to ensure that the building won't be located within 800 feet. And the designs that have been proffered to the city are clearly outside of the 800 feet. This is something that Kent Rodriguez, who is the architect who's with us today, work that he did himself. In addition, we got the 800 feet verified by an engineer, Dale Mel. And so that's been independently verified by two people that are part of the team. And so you can see on this slide the location of the building and business compared to Pinedale. It's a couple blocks away and clearly outside of the 800 feet. And in fact, I was just informed that the plan is being modified, so the building is being pushed a little bit further to the north. So it should be even further outside of this 800-foot buffer. In addition, I wanted to mention that the door to the store is actually going to be on the north side, so the furthest part of the building away from Pinedale Elementary. We also wanted to assure the public and the council that there won't be impacts to Pinedale Elementary School. Lemonade and Cookies have 35 sites all across the country, and many of those are far closer to schools than this location. And Lemonade and Cookies, they've never had any incidents involving schools or school children. And obviously there's an open line of communication, and that open line of communication extends to the schools. And so that's something where they have worked with schools to ensure no impacts, and that's something that they are certainly willing to do in this instance. Of course, as I mentioned earlier, no one under 21 years of age is allowed to enter. There are 2 points of security, one to get in the building initially, and the second to get buzzed into the sales floor area. You need identification to enter, and that's something that they take seriously. The applicant doesn't carry vape pens. All packaging, as we mentioned previously, is display only. And all live product is behind the desk. There are a significant number of security features. I won't go through all of them, but these are all measures that are taken to prevent crime and nuisance behaviors on the property. Now, one of the things that I wanted to mention in particular with respect to this site is the fact that Lemonade has a nuisance prevention plan. And this plan helps to prevent negative externalities that could affect residents or businesses in the area. And this is a plan that they put together through their years of experience in the industry. So, for example, littering, loitering, on-site consumption, those are all things that I've heard expressed as concerns today. What Lemonade does is, after you receive a warning, you are banned from entering Lemonade or Cookies stores if you continue to engage in loitering, littering, or on-site consumption. So after you receive that warning, it's a one strike and you're out policy. Odors is something that they have a number of measures to prevent. They use carbon filtering to ensure that odors won't escape outside the building. There's obviously a significant amount of ventilation. In addition, they have ongoing monitoring, as well as the products that are being sold are all prepackaged. So it's not like they're selling open products that can release odors to a surrounding community. There isn't noise associated with this building. The only thing that you hear is ambient music that's being played inside the four corners of the building. So it's not something that you can hear operations as you're walking down the street. There's also a comprehensive complaint and investigation protocols, which we've talked about a little bit earlier today, as well as that 24/7 hotline, where you are going to get a live person. Now, I also wanted to present some statistics. There have been some questions about crime in particular, And recently, the Orange County Grand Jury drafted a report that talked about dispensaries and actually did a deep dive into the effect of dispensaries on crime. And what they found is that there was no evidence of any increase in crime as a result of legal dispensaries coming into a neighborhood. In fact, the primary impact of these licensed dispensaries coming into a neighborhood was a reduction in the number of unlicensed dispensaries. And what I heard earlier today is there was a significant concern about unlicensed dispensaries in the Pinedale area. Well, what the Orange County experience has shown us, primarily in the city of Santa Ana, is that when licensed, regulated dispensaries come into a neighborhood, the unlicensed dispensaries are reduced in number. In addition, these findings have been reiterated by several other academic research institutes. In addition, the report from the Insurance Institute for Highway Safety found that there was a 100% compliance rate with age verification regulations at California dispensaries over the past year, and that's pretty remarkable. Lastly, this is a company that wants to benefit the city, and that's something that Anna can talk a little bit about, and she's talked about in connection with the prior application. Again, there are tax revenues for cities. These legal dispensaries, they combat the unregulated cannabis market, and they provide an aesthetically pleasing new building in an area that hasn't been occupied for several years. The one thing that I also wanted to mention, this was previously the location of an El Cid and then eventually another restaurant. And people at this restaurant, they would stay there for a couple hours. The bar was always full. I used to go there as a kid growing up. I always lived kind of a stone's throw away from this property. And people would hang out at the bar and whatnot. Here, this is a 7 to 10 minute customer experience where the customers are not allowed to consume any product on site, on the premises, or outside the premises. So this is a far less intrusive use for this particular property than what's been there previously. Lastly, I wanted to mention that this application for 7315 Blackstone was the highest scoring application, not just in this district, but out of the 123 applications filed for the entire city. And because there are going to be at least 3 dispensaries within this council district, and if this is not approved, there will be 1 in this general area. And I just ask you, if you have to choose between dispensaries, it makes sense to have the one that scored the highest, that has the proven track record of safety, as opposed to somebody who hasn't demonstrated that level of commitment. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions, and we obviously have the whole team here. Thank you.
Thank you for that presentation. Councilmember Carbasi, it's in your district.
Sure. Thank you so much for the presentation. I have a couple of follow-up questions. Whoever would like to come up. Okay, sure. Yeah. So, well, the first question, I know that there is a billboard on the premises, but in your lease, the billboard is not part of the lease. But I'm wondering if the Cookies or Lemonade plans to advertise on any billboards in the area. So I believe there's...
We don't plan on doing that, no,
Okay.
no.
My other question is parking. So there are 16 spots available. Now there's a post office next door, and it's always so difficult to find parking at that post office. And I know that you said that you'll have security out there to ensure that you deal with the normal things security would deal with. But I don't want the security person stuck because people want to park at the post office are parking there. I mean, 16 spots may be a lot because you limit how many people go in at a time.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if that includes employees as well, but I have a little bit of a concern about that. Any thoughts about the parking issue and it spilling into the street or taking up time from your security?
I'm going to let Anna address that. I know it is, because the post office only has 3 parking spots, so the community has to park down the street, and sometimes they park in front of driveways or what have you. So I'm going to have Anna address it as well as our architect if we need to.
Thank you for your question. So I know a lot of this will be addressed during the CUP process, but again, our staff is trained to make sure that there is no double parking or that people and traffic continually flow and there is not any additional congestion.
Okay. And then as this process was moving along, how much interaction have you had with the neighborhood? Have you had any neighborhood meetings about the location with the Pinedale Community Association?
A
any of the
few
groups?
years ago, before COVID, I did attend a Pinedale Association, then COVID hit and everything went sideways.
Sure.
I've worked mainly with the businesses because they are the majority impacted with where we are positioned on the Blackstone corridor. I have committed to that I will attend. I will have quarterly meetings. Everybody will have my number including the school.
Sure.
If there is a concern, I'm going to address it. Like I said before, I'm a grandmother. I have a grandson that goes to Clovis Unified, and the last thing I'm going to do is bring embarrassment to him, besides just cheering at his games.
No, understood. But there were no virtual community meetings, or you guys didn't
And
go out?
I do want to say that I have reached out via email and got no response.
To who?
To Ms. Guzman.
Okay. What about the school district? Have you reached out to them and met with the school district about
No,
some
I
of their
have not.
concerns? Okay, understood. Those are my 3 questions at this time. Thank you so much. I do want to let my colleagues know, so we did receive a couple of letters, one dated September 24th, the other August 4th, and this is from the school district. So if I could have Superintendent O'Brien please come up. I have a couple of questions for you. Thank you for being here today. Superintendent O'Brien, do you need a copy of your letter? I have a couple of questions regarding it. I can.
No, but I probably have
Okay.
it here.
And while you're looking for that, I believe there was a map that they were going to provide to us. Do we get copies of that yet? Okay.
I sent them a little earlier this morning.
Okay. Yes, the one that was from the district. I believe they said you have a map.
Is it the one on the screen, Councilmember Carbasi?
Yes.
Okay. So who prepared this map?
We have a local land use firm that forwarded that to us and asked to remain anonymous, did not want to be for reasons of their own.
Okay.
I decided to provide it to you anyway because I feel that the council can, of course, evaluate the map themselves.
Right. The challenge is there isn't as much time for us to independently verify the map. I would ask, regardless of what happens today, we're still hearing testimony. I'd like you to analyze this map, please, and get back to us and let us know exactly if it's correct or not correct. So thank you for providing that. I just want to be careful when this is a quasi-judicial matter, so we have to use the information today to make a decision.
I understand that.
So I do appreciate that. Okay, so in your letter, you mentioned a few things. Let's talk about the transportation hub, because it's not just the elementary school. You talk about middle school, which I'm guessing is Kasner.
Yes,
and
Kasner
then-
Intermediate School.
And then Clovis West, which you used to be principal there, right?
I did.
Okay.
Yes.
Can you talk about that? So where do they
Hi.
gather exactly?
So our students gather outside Pinedale Elementary School every morning and actually twice during the day. Some students come straight home from school, from Kasner and Clovis West. Others get a later bus, what we call the recreational bus, if they stay behind for sports or other co-curricular practices. And so students who live just north of that location walk down past that area on Blackstone as they come to the transportation hub in the mornings and then again as they're making their way home in the evenings. They're unsupervised and this is really the only transportation that those students have to get to school.
And it's a neighborhood people walk through, so I'm guessing they walk home. They don't have parents picking them up from the bus stop.
Correct, yes.
Okay. The letter also reads about, I'm going to read a quote from here. Clovis Unified has wrapped its arms around this community and invested in the success of their youth to navigate them from the distractions and temptations. Can you elaborate exactly on that and when you sent this letter, what exactly the board or what exactly the district is thinking about the impact this business could have.
So I will just say that Pinedale Elementary, I mentioned earlier, has the highest level of socioeconomic disadvantage in Clovis Unified. We have 55 schools. About 15 years ago, the community actually approached the district about their concerns about helping their children navigate successfully from Pinedale through Casner and Clovis West. We had a disproportionate number of students ending up going to Alt Ed and having other outcomes of their education. So we initiated something called the Pinedale Project, and you're right, I was principal at Clovis West at the time. And we worked very closely with not only the parents and community partners in Pinedale, but also with other entities in the neighborhood, the church, the Boys and Girls Club, organizations such as that. And the district initiated a number of new programs that are now replicated all over our district, one of them being the Pinedale Parent Academy, where we started educating parents about how to successfully help their children navigate the educational system. We also started a system, Mr. Pantoja is one of the employees in that system. It's a program that essentially puts counselors and role models at every school to help students have adults that they can look up to and who can actually understand their challenges. And as Mr. Pantoja mentioned earlier on, he grew up in the neighborhood, so he has a unique lens on that. And so what I'll tell you is, just out of an interest for you, significant dollars have been invested by Clovis Unified through our local control accountability plan. Over the years, significant dollars have been invested in helping our Pinedale students be successful. And as a result, something I think that people don't always realize, and maybe because of certain perceptions, but we have students graduating from Clovis West High School who've grown up in Pinedale and come to school every day from Pinedale, who go on to Columbia, TCU, I mentioned Stanford this morning, universities around the nation. Many of them obviously opt to stay at home at Fresno State, but we have had significant success as a school district with our Pinedale community. And essentially what I'm saying is what we're doing is working. And our concern is that as our children continue to navigate all the barriers and obstacles that poverty and other things of that nature bring to them, having to walk past a business of this nature every day on the way home, navigating the clients of this business who could be, I know that the team who are talking about this business talk about loitering, but I'm just going to say it's a concern for us that young children going to Casner and Clovis West are going to be navigating a pathway every day several times where people who are frequenting this business could interact with our students. And I think we all know that the outcomes for students who dabble in cannabis and marijuana when they're young, which of course it could end up in their hands. We already have a student at Pinedale who was wearing one of those cookies sweatshirts and had to be educated about that. The parent had no idea. So these are all things that we're navigating and that we want to try and prevent. It's just one more layer of obstacle that we feel will impede our kids from being successful.
Thank you. Those are my questions now. I'd like to ask the principal to please come up if you wouldn't mind.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Superintendent. I appreciate you coming down here. Thank you for taking the time.
I'll try to answer your question.
Thank you for taking the time to be here. I know you're away from your kids right now. I'd just like to give you a chance to let us know, you've been principal for how many years at Pinedale?
This is my 10th year in
Okay,
Pinedale.
great. Would you provide us with your thoughts on how you feel regarding the neighborhood? You spend a lot of time there, but the impact this business can have on the neighborhood.
So when I first came to Pinedale 10 years ago, I also started my teaching career at Pinedale when I came to Clovis Unified. We had a lot of challenges to navigate as not only a school, but as a community. We had to do a lot of changes within the community to help our kids. We wanted to change the trajectory that we saw happening. And part of that was partnering with local businesses, churches, and really surrounding our kids with positive role models. We have so many volunteers that work with our kids directly. Fresno Lexus is a big one right now that works with all of our fourth graders. They bring in positive mentors and are working to instill in kids the trust of adults and giving to them those positive mentors that sometimes are just not in their lives. For various reasons. Some of those are from drugs and parents imprisoned, and many of our grandparents are raising their grandchildren. And so we really invested in building great partnerships that have produced great outcomes. Dr. O'Brien mentioned, Parent Academy was started at Pinedale Elementary because of the love of our children. And we've graduated, I want to give a shout out to Crystal Contreras, who's one of our former Pinedale parents, who was the first to graduate with her GED from our partnership with Clovis Adult School and bringing that to our campus to help our parents to change the trajectory in the homes. And so this very business threatens all that we've tried to build as a school community. We've really surrounded our kids. And to bring something in, they've never reached out to me as a principal. They've never attended a Pinedale Community Association meeting. It's us in the community because we care about our kids. We're very invested in our kids. And so to think that somebody's going to profit off of the children of Pinedale, I have a problem with that. Where's the equity in the fact that we are the poorest neighborhood in all of Clovis Unified, and we're trying to change things? You should be helping us to bring in positive things to our kids. Build us a health center. Bring us positive things that will help change the trajectory for parents who are struggling. They're struggling every day, and they're losing their children with those struggles. And if we don't stand together as a community, and I get offended when I sit here and talk about all this that's going to come into our community. We're not going to see anything from that. But we are going to see the future of our children impacted by this. And why I'm so emotional is because I know I only have this one moment to convince you. And I wish you've experienced all that I've experienced as the leader at that school. The pain, the suffering, but also the rise of our community and the great things that are starting to happen because the right people are coming together. And we've built trust in our community. If I allow this to happen, I just worry that we've started back to the beginning. And I know that's a long explanation.
No, that's fine.
Councilmember Carbasi, but...
No problem. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Those are all my questions right now. Well, fortunately, and I'm sorry it's the first time, but there's a chance to have interaction. So I wanted to offer the applicant if they wanted to make any response to anything that was said. Anything you wanted to say? You're more than welcome to. You don't have to. It's just, yeah.
Thank you so much for coming out today and voicing your concerns.
I'm so sorry if you could speak in the microphone.
I'm sorry, I was talking to the...
I understand.
Okay.
Yeah, we have to have it on record.
Thank you so much for coming out today and voicing your concerns. I hear you loud and clear, and I wanted you to know that this is not the first time that we have been in a neighborhood that has undue stress on its kids. And I know this is the other side of the country for you all, but in Massachusetts, we are in the most impoverished neighborhood in New England. And there was a school bus stop right by our dispensary. And what we were able to do is work with the school district and work with the neighborhood community center and work with the police department. So those kids were guaranteed safe passage. Our security made sure that those kids had no problems. And I mean, there's a lot of other things going on in this neighborhood. So this was definitely something that this community benefited from. That said, I also want to assure you that we are serious about our business. And we scored the top of our class in this competition for the cannabis dispensaries for a reason. So, you know, I know that it's hard to accept sometimes when you feel very strongly about someone, but I would love to work with you all and find solutions on how we can make this area better for your children and how we can guarantee safe passage for these kids.
Hi, I'll speak into the mic. So I grew up in this area. I've lived a stone's throw from this very property. My kids went through Clovis Unified, and my brother and sister actually for a time attended Pinedale Elementary. So I know exactly where that school is. When you're walking from Pinedale Elementary to the residences, you're walking away from Blackstone. You're walking to the north through the residential neighborhood. There really is not a need for somebody after school to go down to Blackstone and then come back to get to their house. So this isn't really a location that's on the way from Pinedale Elementary to somebody's house. That's just not the location of this property compared to the school. And what I would just end with is the fact that this is the highest scoring application. There are going to be dispensaries in this area. Don't you want the one that scored the highest, the one that has a proven commitment to security and that's offered an open line of communication with the district? I think the answer is yes.
John, Mr.
Yes.
Kinsey, can I ask a follow-up question? So I understand your point of saying that people walk away from the school, but there's a post office next door. There are businesses in the area. So if you're with your grandmother and walking in the neighborhood, they will walk near the facility, the location.
Yeah, so you don't have to walk past the dispensary to get to the post office from the community, right? Because it's just on the other side of the post office. But I understand your point,
Right.
and that's exactly why we have robust security, robust operations to make sure that we're not going to have negative externalities for somebody who's walking by. And if they do, it's not the type of use where people are going to be loitering. There will be a minimum of 2 security guards. And those security guards, their whole job is to make sure that people don't, dawdle in front of the store. And as you can see, to the reaction from West Hollywood, that's a success story because ultimately what Cookies did is beefed up security, beefed up its resources, and satisfied the community that issue was resolved. And if that ever happens here, the issue would be resolved.
Okay, those are all my questions for the applicant. Did you want to add something?
I want to add one thing. Again, it comes down to local accountability. I'm here, I'm available. Almost everybody in this room, again, has my number. I'm happy to share it, and I'm happy to meet with the school on a regular basis. I'm happy to meet with the community. I pledge that. Hold me accountable to that.
Okay, I do have a question for the city attorney. Oh, that's all I have. Thank you. I have a question for the city attorney regarding process. Colleagues, any questions real quick before I go to that? Councilman Murrias.
Thank you, council member. Let me just, I've been wrestling with some of these comments from several applicants, and I used to be the chief information officer at Fresno Unified, and I was there when this previous council approved another liquor license across the street from the high school at McLean High School, on the rationale that there'd be security, they wouldn't sell it on certain hours, that it would reduce homelessness, it would reduce nuisance, and it did the opposite. And even though the school district opposed it, this body said, well, it's going to create some jobs and revenue for the city, so let's put another liquor license on top of 3 of them across the street from my high school. And I was frustrated at that time because I couldn't understand why a city would add one more layer of difficulty for a school system that's already trying to help their kids. And I'm looking at this applicant, and they're the perfect example of a corporate partner and a corporation. 35 locations, assume you make $10 million a year, need $350 million. This morning, the body approved a license for this company in Tower District, where there is no proximity to a school, where there is support from the neighboring businesses. So my question to this group of ownerships is, you've spent this morning telling us how you're going to be a good partner, a good neighbor. Why not just withdraw your application, given that the schools and the neighborhood has valid concerns, and you already got 36 licenses across the country? And I don't say that for a soundbite. I say that genuinely. Is why put a neighborhood through this stress? And to everyone who always reminds us that they grew up at Roosevelt, they grew up at Pinedale, but you don't live there now. Your kids aren't going there now. You're not in the neighborhood today. The neighbors have expressed concern, and I don't understand how we just can't, I recognize your arguments about your scoring matrix, and part of my frustration is also with professional staff. There were some guidelines given, 800 feet from a school, but it didn't mean that you ignore the rest of the environment in which these applicants are proposing to open. I mean, we have said repeatedly, liquor licenses, controlled substances don't belong in saturation in any part of the city, don't belong near schools. And I struggle with somebody who's asking me, honor the scoring, the grade that we got, and ignore the local context in which we're going to operate. So I'm frustrated with the process, and for me, it's not just about a score, it's about the values of this body. And since I've been on this dais, this body's values has been improve neighborhoods, make sure there's a better quality of life for people who live there today, not for people who were there 30 or 40 years ago. And it's not about chasing the dollar. It's about making sure that our kids have a better neighborhood than we had when we grew up there. And so with that, colleagues, I've said my piece, and I struggle with this conversation because I don't think it's reflective of a good corporate partner if you can't honor the wishes of the neighborhoods which you're requesting to move into.
Thank you, Councilmember Arias. Councilmember Carbasi, were you done with your questions?
One more thing. Councilmember, thank you so much for providing your thoughts on the matter. It does help. So the applicant was able to speak twice, the district only once. Superintendent, is there anything else you'd like to add at this point? You're more than welcome to come on up.
I'll just add that I understand, I appreciate everybody's comments, and I even respect and appreciate the comments of the applicants. But I will just tell you, we live in a different world. We're down in the trenches every day. And you saw our principal, Debbie Bowes, get emotional, because I'm just going to tell you the work that we're engaged in is personal. We are trying to change the trajectories of children's lives. We are working with the community. And I'm proud of the work that we've done in Pinedale. In fact, it's really an example of what can happen throughout our city. So I will just say, on behalf of Clovis Unify, we do ask you to deny this application as we try and continue to do great things with our kids.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to go to the city attorney, but I just want to remind us, we heard some public comment, quite a few from the community this morning, and I just wanted to remind us of some of those comments. Some were for, some of the business owners were for it, some were against. So we had Crystal Contreras, I believe, her mother was concerned about the location, wasn't necessarily concerned about it being a cannabis location, it's just the proximity. Linda Amparano mentioned that we don't want this to be the doormat to Pinedale. Principal Deborah Bowles mentioned this is Red Ribbon Week, and that there was irony in that. Dan, an employee at Pinedale and resident, Pinedale Elementary and resident, mentioned increased access to marijuana by irresponsible adults to children. Thought that was an interesting point. And of course, a few folks that spoke, two business owners that spoke in favor, concerned about it'll improve, it'll reduce blight. So, City Attorney, I got just a question. Now, there is the administration has their criteria, they have their process, which is independent of us. Now it's here on us. So, I understand the applicant said that they had the highest scoring application in the city. That's my understanding. But the 800-foot, this is a different territory now. We are the elected body. So we can choose to support or deny based on a different set of criteria. Is that correct?
Yes, the 800 feet is a minimum. Beyond that, the council has discretion still to approve or deny.
Okay. That was my question. So looking at the information as it's been presented from the community, from the applicant, from the school district who sent a couple of letters, from the conversation of my colleagues, I am going to make a motion to deny the application, and I'm going to outline why, if I can have a second on that. Okay.
Seconded by Councilmember Bredefeld.
Thank you. The reason why, and I'm not going to list them all, what really got me was when Principal Bowles said it's Red Ribbon Week. So I went to Malik. In the early 90s, I remember Red Ribbon Week being celebrated, and it was a new thing, so they were teaching us what it meant. And they told us about someone named Kiki Camarena. I remembered him for some reason, that one memory, because Kiki is kind of similar to my first name, and I used to be made fun of by being called Kiki. But I just remembered, yeah, Mike, yeah. Well, I just always remembered that name, and I learned that, you know, he was brutally murdered by cartels. And you know, I also knew the Red Ribbon Week doesn't include just hard drugs. It includes alcohol and tobacco and all the temptations children face and protecting them from that. I think it would be a giant slap in the face to Kiki's memory to support the construction of a dispensary not a mile away or half a mile or a quarter mile, barely an eighth of a mile from an elementary school. And of all the schools in my district, the one that probably faces the most multi-generational poverty. It's not the application that's the problem. The fact of the matter is, the location is the biggest problem, and there's just no way of going around that. So, a couple other brief points I will add. And I'm sensitive to the fact that the applicant has the best application, but you probably have the worst location in this city to put a dispensary. I can't overlook that. And, you know, I understand that you went through this whole process and the administration has its criteria, but we are elected representatives and we have a different set of accountability for the residents. And I agree with Councilmember Arias earlier when he said, we are accountable to the residents and the neighborhoods. It's pretty simple. So to weigh the options of supporting a business going in and the potential it has to reduce blight versus the potential risks it can have to an already impacted area, I think the most logical, prudent, and frankly, the right thing to do is to deny this application. And those are my comments. Thank you.
Councilmember Bredefeld.
Yes, I'll just be brief. Ms. Austin, just have a quick question for you, if you would. On the prior application, and then on this one, you again alluded to that you have the numbers of most of the people here, which is a very unusual way of starting a presentation. And I'm perplexed by that.
Well, it's the community as a whole, is that if you look at my social media, you'll see my phone number. I run my business on an open door system, and so I am available to the community, and not just the council, to the community.
Yeah, but you made a reference that most people have your number. I mean, I don't have your number. How do you know that most people up here?
Well, I'm sorry. I apologize that you don't have my number. I'll leave you my card, but I
don't need your number, but I'm just wondering.
You know how to get a hold of me, though.
Well, I have never tried. It's just a very unusual thing. You alluded to it earlier. You alluded to it this time, and people have complained to me about you having 3 permits, and I don't know anything about it because these folks are handling it, and I frankly have confidence in them handling it. And if you got awarded 3, you got awarded 3. So it struck me as odd. That's all.
Well, and again, my 52 years of my life in here, I have been open to the community. I've been involved in the community on many different levels. And so maybe it was a little arrogant to say everybody has my number, but again, all my social media, all my business has my number on there, and anybody can get a hold of me.
Okay, thanks.
All right, motion was made by Councilmember Carbasi to deny the permit, seconded by Councilmember Butterfield. Any opposition? Seeing none, motion carries. Let's move on to item 1D and 1E. Who do we have here as the applicant that's going to apply for item 1D? The address is 335 West Olive Avenue. It's in District 3.
They may be online. Brianna, is this applicant online possibly?
City Clerk?
What is the applicant's names?
Let's see here.
I have a Mark Simonian.
Councilmember Arias, do you know the applicant name for the first one?
Mark Simonian, yes.
I don't.
What about Jose Velasquez?
Outside of the application that I read, I don't know who they are.
They're being promoted now.
Well, this is not going to be easy on them then, if they're not here to present their case.
Is it Mark Simonian and, oh, okay.
Hello?
Can you hear us, sir?
I can hear you. I'm trying to get my video to work as well. Give me one
Okay.
second here. Nope, start video camera. One second.
Did they submit a presentation to utilize as well? Margot? No presentation? Okay. That'll be a verbal.
There is a presentation.
Marco, there should be a presentation.
Did you submit a presentation, Mr. Simonian?
Yes.
Yes,
When did you do that?
yesterday.
2 days ago.
We should have that.
It's number 108.
Give us a minute here while we set up.
Yeah, no problem. Me as well. I'm trying to get the camera to work here, but I was just on a Zoom yesterday and it was working fine. Can you also I'm going to attempt to rejoin. Is that okay?
You're actually on right now.
I understand you can hear me, but I'm trying to present and also be visible.
City Clerk, do we have the presentation?
We do, but the way it was submitted to us is sideways.
Yeah,
so
let me ask you this, Mr. Simonian. Is there a reason why you didn't show up in person today?
Yes, we actually have a all employee event going on today.
So your employee event was more important than this presentation?
No, it wasn't more important.
That's the message you're sending today, by the way. But as we work through that, we're going to try to accommodate. We have that up now, City Clerk? All right, Mr. Simonian, presentation's up. Go ahead and start. You got 10 minutes.
Good morning, I'm Mark Simonian, owner and COO of Haven, the proposed location at 335 West Olive Street, District 3. Please go to slide 2. Haven specializes in cannabis retail, and our brand currently operates 7 retail locations in California, with 8 new stores opening in 2022 and 2023, including in neighboring Porterville. Haven sets itself apart from other applicants as our ownership team plays an active role in the day-to-day operations of our business, which puts us in a position to address firsthand any opportunities or challenges as they arise. We pride ourselves on becoming an essential part of this community and strive to be regarded as a resource for holistic health and opportunity. Our ownership structure is simple. I own 49%, and the remaining 51% is owned by local Fresno resident Saeed Gambari. I held a BS and MS in electrical engineering from UC Davis, and after 7 years in Intel, I joined ShowGrow as their Chief Technology Officer. Please go to slide 4. Today, I oversee 200 employees in the operations of all Haven locations. My involvement in day-to-day operations include drafting and implementing all of Haven's standard operating procedures, which cover safety, security, inventory control, waste and odor control, and cash management. Please go to the next slide. I also oversee and implement all of Haven's customer education and community relations plan. Most notably, under my leadership, Haven has achieved 100% fully compliant citation-free retail operations to date as a result of the Haven team's dedication to adhering to local and state regulations. We have never and will never serve anyone underage. That is not only a direct violation of state and local laws, it is morally wrong, but also puts each and every one of our other licenses at risk of being revoked by the state. We commit to never serving anyone underage or anyone that might be suspected of diverting to anyone underage as well. Additionally, we train our entire staff to identify fake IDs by manual verification and by ID scanners. The verification is performed by 3 separate employees, once before entering the building, again at the reception desk before entering the retail sales floor, and finally upon checkout. In addition to our owners, Haven is fortunate to have a seasoned executive team. We have one of our executive team members here present with us today.
Hello, I'm Johnny Hernandez, and I want to begin by apologizing that we're not with you today, as we are hosting, as we stated earlier, a network-wide annual employee relations event this evening. So thank you in advance for your understanding. I serve as head of retail, strategic growth, and expansion. I'm a seasoned senior executive who's focused my career on employee development, operational design, retail execution, and implementing cultural change. I spent 28 years with Best Buy in a variety of executive positions before founding Living with Purpose, which led me to ShowGrow, where I met Michael and Mark. At the same time, I joined Harvest Health and Recreation as Vice President of Mergers and Acquisitions and Integration, ultimately coming back to Haven full-time.
Please go to the next slide.
Let me also tell you about our CEO, Michael Simone. Michael began his cannabis career in 2014 as one of the founding partners of ShowGrow, an award-winning cannabis retailer. After leaving ShowGrow, Michael founded Haven and is the owner of several of our other Haven locations. Michael's hands-on involvement in the day-to-day duties include working collaboratively with governmental agencies, developing and implementing Haven's advanced employee training program and continuing education plans, maintaining vendor relations, and overseeing the build-out of each location, all licensing, and the implementation of our community benefits plan. Please go to slide 7. Regarding our proposed location, Haven has entered into a lease agreement for the 5,580 square foot property located at 335 West Olive Avenue. Haven's business rationale for selecting this location included examining criteria like zoning, size, parking, walkability, proximity to public transportation, to the fire, police, and our relationship with the property owner.
Please go to the next slide.
The property is appropriately located with the commercial Main Street zone in the Tower District and Council District 3. It complies with city and state codes as there are absolutely no sensitive uses within an 800-foot radius of the property. Mark and myself both have children, and I myself am a grandfather, so we can certainly appreciate the concerns expressed here today. We take pride in the fact that none of our Haven locations are near sensitive uses such as schools. There are multiple vacant buildings in this area, like others have mentioned, a sign that economic development is vital, and Haven can boost the neighborhood economy and the curb appeal of the area by locating here. On the exterior of the building, we intend to restore the building to reflect the charm of the Tower District. We will resurface walls and repaint as necessary, replace existing windows, add extensive exterior security features, and add beautiful exterior drought-resistant landscaping. We'll install neutral, discrete signage on the front of the building that complies with all of the requirements of the Fresno building codes. The exterior signage on our store does not indicate that we are a cannabis store whatsoever, but simply resembles an attractive high-end boutique. Haven's design plan is deliberate to ensure that we do not attract any sensitive populations and ensures that no one can see inside. We have 20 on-site parking spaces, which should be more than sufficient to support the business, and the building is less than 1 block from the Olive and Fruit bus stop. The fire department and police department are within 3 miles. Please take a moment and look at our before and after rendering of the property.
Please go to the next slide.
To comment on the concern that cannabis businesses will negatively impact property value in this area, in contrast, it's shown that not only property values are not negatively affected, but in some cases, values have actually increased. I'd also like to submit to the council and local residents that we'd be happy to schedule time to sit down and talk more about who Haven is and how we can make sure that we meet and exceed the expectations of the community, and we'll openly share our personal contact information. Please go to slide number 9. I'm sorry, 10. Our safety plan was prepared by professional fire prevention and suppression consultant Robert Rowe of PyroPal. Our plan takes into consideration safety features, accident and incident reporting procedures, fire safety and evacuation plans, location of all fire extinguishers and fire suppression equipment, and employee training and response procedures. Our accident and incident reporting includes immediate accident and incident reporting to the manager on duty, which is transmitted to the general manager and recorded properly, and immediate reporting of fires and medical emergencies to Fresno PD, Fresno Fire Department, or 911. We have comprehensive employee safety training that covers fire and medical emergencies and response plans, emergency alarm signals, review of evacuation routes, fire extinguisher use and basic firefighting policies, OSHA workplace safety standards, and immediate accident and incident reporting. We conduct emergency evacuation drills no less than one time per year, which are reported to a Fresno Fire Code official. Please go to slide 12. Our security plan was prepared by professional security consultant Terry Blevins of Armaplex, qualified physical security expert with over 30 years of law enforcement and private industry experience. The comprehensive plan covers ingress and egress access control, inventory control and product security, cash handling and transportation, security personnel and guard services, video camera surveillance system, intrusion detection alarm system, and extensive employee training protocols. Our alarm system will be monitored and maintained by Matson Alarm, a local licensed security monitoring company. We will also be meeting with the Fresno Police Department as part of the CUP process to implement any additional security features they feel are necessary, beyond those I may not have covered. To comment on some of the residents' concerns that our dispensary could increase crime in the area, we have found time and time again that our businesses have decreased crime and loitering in the area. This is due to the increased security presence, including armed on-site security, extensive surveillance, and the beautification of our properties we perform through construction and community cleanups that we perform on and around our retail stores.
Please go to slide 13. We do not want our business operations to negatively impact community members. As part of managing complaints, we attempt to prevent nuisances before they occur, ensuring 24-hour on-site management of the property through a combination of trained staff and armed security, who will assist in reducing noise and will assist with any traffic flow issues. We also utilize 24/7, 365 video surveillance by displaying all proper public postings, including who to call in an emergency and a lodging complaint, by initiating also our youth education and use prevention plan, and by implementing CPTED strategies and a 2-to-1 staff to guest ratio in the retail sales area. To control noise, we do not play loud music or allow outdoor queuing. All loitering is strictly prohibited. Our 24-hour armed security guards ensure that no customers or bystanders loiter on or even around the property and will report any non-compliance to the police immediately. Our interior lighting is tasteful and common to that of a retail store. Our exterior lighting is sufficient to provide visibility for our security system, but complies with all city lighting regulations without causing a nuisance to others. Our proposed location is in the Tower District, with ample parking, traffic running both directions, and complete walkability to the design of the area. We do not foresee any traffic issues, either vehicular or pedestrian. Please go to the next slide. Please go to the next slide. Haven is passionate about giving back to the community through our community benefits program. We commit to giving 2% gross at a minimum to fund our community benefits plan and support the Fresno Community Reinvestment Fund. In fact, we've already donated towards Fresno communities through serving our youth with before and after school programs. Our proposed community benefits plan includes major priorities addressed by the city, such as implementation of a social responsibility plan, funding and hosting expungement clinics, volunteering with and donating to local area nonprofit community-based civic and social service organizations, as well as incorporating environmentally sustainable business practices and implementation of youth education and use prevention plans. Our methods of contribution include investing in the improvement of the neighborhood areas we serve, providing employment opportunities, contributing volunteer hours, operating in-kind donation drives, and supporting city programs and city improvements, as well as making financial contributions. We also work closely with city leadership and influencers to identify other opportunities to do good in areas that can have the biggest impact. Please go to the next slide. We believe that the single best way to minimize the number of complaints received is to immediately implement procedures in areas where complaints typically arise, like noise, light, odor, and traffic. To proactively manage complaints, Haven appoints a community liaison, typically our GM, but I will serve as the temporary liaison until a GM has been hired and trained. Any complaint received by any means is responded to within 24 hours of receipt. Through our community relations plan, an open line of communication is built with our neighbors. Our plan includes an initial letter campaign sent to each neighboring household and business, pre-noticed open houses, which we've already had one, a monthly newsletter and community surveys, B2B partnerships, citizens panel where members of the community are provided the opportunity to help guide Haven, and support from Haven for local community nonprofits, their events, and other local events. I would like to add that we have stories we could share about cities with similar concerns mentioned here today. It makes us proud to mention that those communities now welcome us with open arms and look to Haven as an important part of their communities and neighborhoods. In regards to the petitions received by the City Council, these appear to be nearly all form letters that were signed by some individuals that might not have even read them. They don't have our specific location listed on them. And additionally, with all the public comments today, not a single person spoke against our specific location. In conclusion, the city is providing us with an opportunity to grow our business. Please go to the next slide. We are willing to provide services to the local community to allow for others to prosper. From 100% local hiring to providing new business owner training courses, Haven is here to support Fresno's cannabis program. Thank you.
All right, that concludes your presentation. Councilmember Arias, it's in your district. Do you have any questions for this applicant?
I just have a couple questions, Council President, for the record. To the applicant, am I correct that you have already been awarded a license in District 7?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Thank you. Those are all my questions. Council, this item, this proposal, if it was approved today, would result in 3 cannabis dispensaries being on the Olive Street, which is a huge saturation. It's also in close proximity to Muir Elementary, to Alexandria's Angels Daycare, and to Roding Park.
Does that conclude your questions, Councilmember Arias? All right, why don't we do this? Why don't we have the next applicant come in and speak, and then we'll see if we're going to entertain any motions after that. So let's have the next applicant come up and present, unless there's any questions from council colleagues. All right, if we could have is that applicant here in person? Fantastic. Thank you for showing up in person today. All right, is the applicant located at 1220 East Olive Avenue?
We do have one team member on the phone. He just had a baby 2 days ago, so he's still in the hospital. And
all right, we'll allow that one.
Okay.
I'm sorry, what was his name?
And it's Chris Henry, if you're able to find him.
Chris Evans?
Chris Henry. Yep.
And did you submit a presentation that you would like the
We
clerk
did
to-
not. We did not.
Okay. All right. Floor is yours.
Ron? All right. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jeff Henry, and I'm one of the owners of Public. We are a 100% minority-owned business with extensive experience in cannabis operations. Our primary goal is to provide community service to the Tower District and throughout all of Fresno. Our ownership team combined has over 25 years of cannabis experience. Our executive team is trained in compliance, state and local law. We have extensive experience specific to retail dispensaries, development, and operations. I myself bring over 15 years of professional finance and 4 years in cannabis as an independent finance and capital markets advisor. Some highlights about our business. We are projected to generate between $11 to $13 million of annual revenue, with vital dollars going to our first responders, parks, core city services, and infrastructure through taxing cannabis gross receipts, in which the city voted with a 70.9% yes vote on November 6, 2018. Our business provides strong community benefits with donations and volunteering. In addition, we will bring job creation with a local labor force and over 30 direct hire positions. A bit about our location. Our proposed location at 1220 East Olive is a standalone building with ample customer parking. For the proposed retail use, 5 parking spaces are required. However, our site requires a total of 21 parking spaces, exceeding the city's parking requirement. The site is anticipated to sufficiently accommodate parking demand. Our parking lot is not shared and will be used solely for Public's retail customers. A licensed engineer conducted a professional traffic study for our location to evaluate the impact of our business on the neighborhood. That study concluded that the project is expected to have no significant impact to the nearby roadways and intersections. This report was obtained in response to a community meeting we had and can be made available to the city for review. We have done community outreach, and in response to the concerns for the community, Public is prepared to have on-site security patrol the surrounding area to prevent any issues. In addition to and that's in addition to a traffic attendant who would be in the parking lot most of the time. We have also listened and would like to add an additional security measure to keep traffic off of Poplar Street by adding a security fence around the entire parking lot, as well as adding a gate to the current in driveway that is located on Poplar to be used only by emergency responders such as the fire department and not for the general public. We prioritize community input and concerns, and we will always encourage open dialogue with our community. One thing I did want to acknowledge, and I don't think he's here anymore, but there was a gentleman that spoke earlier and during public comment, and he mentioned that he wanted there to be just a dialogue, the chance to come and talk to us if there are issues, and we are fully open, willing, and able, and ready to engage with our community. I'd like to pass it over to our security consultant, JP Havilena, who will further elaborate on public's ability to ensure that no negative impact will be felt by our business operations in the Tower District. Thanks.
Good afternoon. I'm John Paul Haviliana. I'm an advisory board member of Public. I'm also the security consultant. I'm the owner and CEO of DAS Global. We're a BSIS, State of California licensed PI firm, private investigations and security consulting firm. I have over 20 years experience in law enforcement from the city of Long Beach and other small departments up to the level of chief. I'm currently an assistant chief for another department in Kern County. As public security advisor, I've not only visited the site as recently as this morning, I've also worked extensively with the planning and strategic advisory board to put together a plan that has certain recommendations for added security measures, both during business and after hours. And as we know, safety is priority in any location. I suggested that we give attention to detail, making sure that this location continues to remain safe and secure. And those following measures are the following. Number one, 38 state-of-the-art security cameras, all high definition and accessible 24/7 by law enforcement at any time. It meets and exceeds the requirements for what is currently available to law enforcement, so it's future-proof, quote unquote. Intrusion alarms, fire alarms, panic systems, an off-site secondary team of live monitoring by a second team of security monitoring. What does that mean? In addition to the live guards we'll have on site, we'll have a third party doing overwatch. In the military, we talk about overwatch. You have a secondary level of security watching these guys. So let's say your on-site guard didn't see something. The guys in the third party say, hey, check the south side of the building. We see movement there. And they can work even while my guy's on break, in restrooms, whatever. So you have a second layer. The goal of our entire strategy is to provide a framework for safe, secure, and efficient legal commerce to be transacted on site. People talk about the accessibility and how we need to control access by youth, unqualified personnel. It is easier for your children to go to Vaughn's, to the liquor section, and see alcohol than it is to get into our locations. You can't even get on site without an ID, and if you're vetted, and if you are persona non grata, you've been kicked out before, you cannot come back inside. So all of the same measures that you've heard other applicants talk about, having no live product on display, being vetted, we've got a man-trap type lobby where you are checked in and you cannot go in to see a bud tender until you've been checked in. All of those are in place. Our high level of preparedness and well-established SOPs deal with everything from recreational use in the parking lot, how we deal with that, transients, criminal activity, all of those are closely vetted and processed, and we will work closely with law enforcement through liaisons like myself and other advisors on site. Our very presence as a secure retail location shall enhance the surrounding areas by default, since we provide a natural reporting and warning system to Fresno PD and other law enforcement agencies. Now I'm turning it over to Moshana.
Good afternoon, Council. Thank you for allowing us to be here this afternoon to speak. My name is Moshana Kelly, and I'm the local owner of Public. I was born and raised in the heart of Fresno and on the southwest side of Fresno, and I'm a lifelong resident and current resident residing in District 3. I attended all of my schooling years in Southwest Fresno, in which I graduated from Edison High School and went on to further my education. Just a little about me, I'm a single mother of 2 amazing boys, with whom my youngest is special needs. So I am definitely committed to serving and giving back to a community that has helped me along the way. I want to touch a little bit on community benefits. Public is excited to become a full community participant in Fresno and in a district with many pockets of underserved communities in which I was born and raised and will continue to serve as a current resident. Public for the People is our social responsibility plan, focusing on providing the most benefit possible to residents of District 3 and the Fresno community at large. The implementation of the social responsibility plan will be led by myself, Mushana Kelly. We will create a 5-member community benefits board, which will consist of 3 community leaders from District 3 and 1 to be appointed by District 3 council member. Our comprehensive social responsibility plan includes monetary donations, health and wellness for seniors, fighting homelessness because we know that it's a serious problem, monthly volunteer service hours, expungement clinics, environmental responsibility, and community beautification. Public will allocate 2% of its gross receipts to fund the social responsibility plan, which equates to a minimum of $200,000 a year into the hands of the organizations that directly impact our neighbors. We have pledged to kick off our involvement in the city with an initial donation of $25,000. Public employees will be volunteering on average 1,000 hours a year in the community. So we've already begun discussions and partnered to forge community partnerships with the following groups: the Lighthouse Recovery Program, Neighborhood Industries of Fresno, Fresno Economic Opportunities Commission, Neighbors Helping Neighbors, Evergreen Care Homes, an assisted living care facility for elderly here located in Fresno, California PAL, the Police Activity League, and we look forward to pursuing relationships with programs that benefit District 3 residents. So thank you for allowing me to speak. I'd like to pass our remaining time over to our attorney, Mr. Robert Selna. Thank you.
Thanks, Mushana, and good afternoon, council members. My name is Robert Selna. I'm an attorney with Selna Partners, LLP. A little bit about myself. I've represented hundreds of cannabis and real estate permit applicants across the state of California for many years now. I'm here to urge you to approve a motion to pass and confirm Public's existing retail cannabis permit and to deny an appeal of that permit, and to make just a few observations. First, I appreciate City Council Member Arias's explanation of the rationale behind this process before lunch, because previously it wasn't entirely clear. Based on my experience, I still do have some concerns that the municipal code section that governs this process does not articulate the specific grounds that are appropriate for appeal and does not seem to contemplate findings one way or the other. In my experience, that may have some inconsistency with the California Code of Civil Procedure, but that's just something to consider going forward. The good news is that based on what I've observed, Public will be a model operator in the city of Fresno, and I've observed a number of cannabis companies. You have to remember that they submitted, or you may have heard that they submitted nearly a 200-page application. And the review by the city manager of that application was not superficial whatsoever. There were approximately 150 criteria that the city manager reviewed in 7 sections, including everything from a business plan to a security plan. In addition to all that, Public's project is consistent with local and state law, including the general plan, the zoning, the municipal code, and will be compliant with state regulations regarding cannabis operations. Again, I urge you to approve a motion to confirm Public's existing permit and to deny the appeal. Public will be a model operator and make a significant and positive contribution to District 3 and Fresno citywide. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for that presentation. Councilmember Arias, did you have any questions or follow-ups?
I do, Council President. For the record, I did read all your 200-page application, and I also want to enter this into the record.
Is your mic off? City Clerk?
There you go.
There we go.
As part of the process, the council,
Margot, can you get him the portable one?
there we go. Can you hear me?
Like, we can hear you now, but just in case.
Thank you. Just for the record, the council wasn't privy to the actual applications until the city manager determined the preliminary award. Subsequently, the applications that we received were significantly retracted because they're the ones that were used to post publicly. We received our unretracted versions on Monday. So since Monday, most of us have been reading the 200 pages all over again to make sure that we reviewed what's actually on the record and what we need to make a decision based on what's on the record. A couple of questions I have for you is, are you aware that this location is within the Safe Routes to Schools designated area for Susan B. Anthony, Big Picture, Charter School, and Tetsie Wills Community Center and Park?
Who are we going to have answer that question from the applicant? Whoever would like to answer that question.
I can answer that question.
Sure.
Okay, so personally, I'm unaware of it. Is anybody else on the team?
Who is speaking? Could you, for the record, state your name, sir?
Yes, this is Christopher Henry. I'm the Chief Operating Officer for Public.
All right.
Thank you for allowing me to speak before you remotely due to my recent blessing, for lack of a better word. So it's personally, I'm not aware of it. It's a question for the rest of my team. I'm not with them. If you guys are aware of this offhand or not, maybe we can speak to it.
That's fine. We can move on to the other question. On your page 83 of your community relations liaison, you indicate that you're going to have 3 community meetings and that you will notify the businesses and residents within 100 feet of the establishment. And you outline that you'll handle concerns appropriately, but you don't detail how those concerns will be addressed and whether you're going to go beyond 100 feet.
Yes, we're willing to go above the 100 feet, and so my contact number will be available for all the residents, and I'll be available 24 hours. I took on that role, honestly, because I'm a part of the community, so I kind of feel that it's my responsibility to assist those who have concerns.
And I understand you guys had a virtual community meeting, which we weren't privy to. Can you summarize when that meeting took place? What was the feedback from the residents? Have you had any community meetings in that neighborhood?
We just conducted the one virtual meeting. I want to say it was a couple weeks ago.
Don't hold us to the date. It was about 2 or 3 weeks ago.
Yes.
On a Tuesday. It was a Tuesday after the holiday, so the day after Columbus Day.
And how was the feedback from the residents?
Well, we had concerns about traffic, and so we did have a traffic study done regarding that. They also wanted to know where the monies would be going and how it would benefit the neighborhood. And then they also spoke about whether or not the property value would go up because of the cannabis business moving there. And that was pretty much it.
That was it. I think the other one was the general concern you've heard from some of the others of what sort of crime is this going to bring to our neighborhoods. And we did our best to address that in the meeting, and I think JP did a great job here today talking a bit about that. But that was the gist of those, the concerns. And one thing that I think we took every concern seriously. We went and we got a parking study.
I apologize for interrupting, but do you mind speaking into the mic for our interpreters to hear you on
yeah,
Zoom?
sorry about that. I was just kind of piggybacking on what Mushana shared, that of all the concerns we heard, we did our best to take them very seriously. So the major one was current residents who live on Poplar Street, which is intersects Olive, being concerned about traffic backing up on their street. or cars driving around the neighborhood looking for the place. And so what we did was we got with our planners, our architects, and discussed whether or not we could restrict entry and exit to one of the entry on Olive. And then further than that, we, I don't think there's any. That's the other thing. So we just made a pledge to the community, and we said, look, guys, we understand your concerns. We want to be a good neighbor. We don't want to be a nuisance. We're very much open. We invite all the feedback. That way we can make adjustments so that we are a great contributing member of the community rather than anything adversarial.
And my recollection is Olive Street is a one-lane street each way. How would you manage traffic backing up into Olive as a one-lane street each way?
So a couple things. So we don't expect traffic to back up on Olive. So, we project anywhere from 200 to 300 customers a day. Of that 200 to 300 a day, a portion of those come via online sales, via deliveries, and then people actually coming into the shop. But if you break it down a little further, it ends up being maybe anywhere from 10 to 20 during, varying times of the day that are on site at a time. So with our 21 parking spaces, we feel confident, in addition to a parking attendant, we do feel confident that we will not create a backup situation along Olive.
And it's my understanding that location used to be an attorney's office, so it was office used
That's
for
correct.
minimal
Yes.
traffic?
Yes.
And is it your understanding too that you share a fence line with the residential neighborhood?
Yes.
You make reference to your community benefit, a contribution to Fresno EOC and some other programs. Are you aware that Fresno EOC is the largest nonprofit in the area and has approximately over $100 million budget?
Yes, we are aware. Matter of fact, I was employed with Fresno EOC as well. And so we are just looking to work with their Advanced Peace program, helping those with the Street Saints program as well. Not necessarily donating a large fund into one of the largest nonprofit organizations, actually probably in California. So yeah, we are very much aware.
So do you have any kind of agreement on what exactly your relationship would be with Fresno EOC?
We would just be partnering with the Advanced Peace program, working with them, and working with the Street Saints program. So that would be our partnership with Fresno EOC.
On the financing, I noticed that it references that there is a $2 million loan that's been approved with the personal guarantee by Gabby Cafe Group LLC. I didn't see their name on the actual applications or listed on part of the ownership of the operation.
Their name should be, it's sitting over in my bag, I'd have to go back to it, but their name should be in the application. It's Baby Cafe Group, they are our lender, and it's not equity, it is a line of credit that we would have access to with them. Or actually, a loan we'd have with them.
And is it a bank or are they individuals?
It is, it's what do you call it? I guess a hard private lender. Yeah, it's not an institute. It's not a FDIC bank, obviously, but it is a private lender that has agreed to lend us the money.
Thank you. I also had one question. There's reference to a 49% ownership and a 60% shareholder for the same individual. What's the distinction? On page 7 of your application, it references.
I can speak to that. My name is Alex Galleres. I am the CEO. There was a typo, but the 49% will go to Mushana. The 60% was a typo that they did while they were doing the application, but we clarified it's 49%.
Okay, thank you. As you can tell, I'm reading every single page and sentence, so.
Yeah, we appreciate it.
All right, Council, those are the questions I have for the applicants. Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Bredefeld? Oh, you're. All right, City Manager, do you have anything to add? All right, City Attorney?
Yes, I did want to clarify for the record that Councilmember Soria had stepped out for the D3 discussions because of a potential conflict.
Thank you for that. So at this point, I'll entertain any motions. If there's no motion, then we will move on.
Council, I just want to point out a couple of things on application C-2108 and C-2044 in my district. Both of these applicants share a fence line with residential neighbors. There's proximity to Muir Elementary, Susan B. Anthony, Roding Park, Ted C. Wills Community Center and Park. The record does include hundreds of residents from each of those areas opposing these applications based on these factors and others referenced on the record. And just as a final point, the council has invested millions of dollars in the Tower District over the last couple of years. We've invested intentionally in older neighborhoods and improving parks, cleaning up the trash, addressing the homelessness, and opposing any attempts to saturate any kind of controlled substance for adults in any of these neighborhoods. And so for these reasons, I'm going to make a motion to deny both applications.
Motion was made by Councilmember Arias, I think it was seconded by Councilmember Bredefeld. City Clerk, is Councilmember Carbasi on?
Yes.
Okay, let's do a roll call.
Okay, Councilmember Soria is recused. Councilmember Carbasi?
Sorry, aye.
Thank you. Councilmember Arias?
Aye.
Councilmember Maxwell?
Aye.
Councilmember Bredefeld?
Yes.
Vice President Esparza?
Aye.
And Council President Chavez?
Yes. All right, motion carries. That concludes our meeting today. City Attorney, did you want to codify what we did today?
Want to go back and clarify for the record?
Oh, can I, when you're done, can I make a point?
Sure.
Okay.
Let him summarize.
So 1426 North Van Ness is denied. 1264 North Wishon is approved. And then the remaining 7315 Blackstone, 335 West Olive, and 1220 East Olive are all deemed denied applications.
All right, Councilmember Bredefeld?
Yes,
closing thoughts?
Council, there's a couple of documents I want to pay attention, draw your attention to. You may be aware of it from some information we all received from the city attorney. On January 30th, 2020, when there was a vote regarding moving forward with all dispensaries and issues related to that, there was a vote that reflected the ordinance passing, quote, 3-2 with 2 absent, and then the veto transmittal also that was sent to the mayor also reflected that it passed with 3 people voting yes, 2 people voting no, 2 people being absent. And then on February 11th, 2020, the ordinance was certified as adopted in a document, as I said, dated February 11th, 2020. That raises, for me, some issues about how valid is the entire process that we've gone through. And I think it raises some concerns, some legal concerns, and that may be something we want to address. So I would ask the city attorney to put an item on the agenda for next week for discussion and possible action. And in essence, what it would mean if the council agreed with it, I'm not sure that the council will, but I'm considering the council looking at completely invalidating the entire process that's taken place based on the inconsistency of those documents and potentially restarting the entire process. I don't know if that's the direction the council wants to go. I don't know what the exposure is to having documents reflecting different votes, but there are documents that reflect different votes from the same day. One indicating 3 voted positive, 2 were absent, and 2 voted no, and then another one that's somehow certified the ordinance on February 11th in a different way.
Yeah, Councilmember Bredefeld, I think you're aware that the city attorney sent a legal memo explaining
Yes.
that and the validity of it. And I think you can have a further conversation in here without our legal exposure with him privately. I think that'd be the better
I've
situation.
already had that privately, and so that's why, I want to bring it before the council. Now, if the council ultimately decides it's fine, that's fine. But I think in issues of transparency to everybody, I think that discussion ought to take place. So I'm going to put something on the agenda for that, and I would
Sure.
ask.
City Attorney, are you prepared to clarify the legality of the action that was taken, or do you want to wait on that?
Well, as Councilmember Bredefeld noted, the final certified copy of the ordinance indicated that it passed by 4 votes.
Right.
In contrast to other documents that reflected it didn't really pass because there were 3 votes, 2 absent, 2 saying no.
Right, there is an ambiguity, but the final certified version indicated that it passed.
Yes.
That's the city's official position.
Okay.
Council President, if I just make some closing comments here, I want to thank all the applicants for coming, but I hope the takeaway is really for our staff today. We have tried for the last 2.5 years to make right what was historically done wrong, from the highest saturation of liquor licenses in South Fresno in the whole state of California, to the de-investment of neighborhoods, crumbling streets in South Fresno. And I hope that the administrative team got the message today clearly that they should not be bringing forward proposals that don't meet the values of this council. Location matters, resident support matters, proximity to schools, parks, and community centers matter as the next round of preliminary awards take place. Whether the city manager will decide to rescore, make whatever adjustments and whatever variables he's going to take into account, we shouldn't force school board members, principals, and superintendents who are dealing with the pandemic and getting kids in class to have to come to this body to advocate basic safeguards that this body has continuously, through multiple policies and multiple actions, has made it crystal clear that residential neighborhoods, schools, parks, and community centers need to be protected, built up with positive amenities, not saturated for any particular business interest or any goal to generate revenue for the city. Thank you all.
All right, with that, that brings our meeting to a conclusion. City Attorney, I think we are good. City Clerk, you
Council
got
President.
everything for the record? Yeah. Oh, Councilmember Carbasi, go ahead.
I'm sorry, I know this is a little unconventional. Can I request in honor of Red Ribbon Week that we adjourn in honor of Kiki Camarena, the slain DEA agent?
For a marijuana meeting? If you want to do that, we can do that, Councilmember Carbasi.
It's not for a marijuana meeting. It's Red Ribbon Week. It was mentioned by the principal of Pinedale. And Red Ribbon Week also includes tobacco, alcohol, and marijuana and everything.
We'll do that. We'll include it and codify that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.